Oh god, that can't be good. Oh my lord. Okay, come on. Just 5 chains, 6 chains, 7, 8. If we don't win there, I don't know how we won't. Dude, the fucking flex. We totally flipped that on him. Let's go. I've never played SCI. I think we're gonna play both. There's no way to adjust credits, it looks like. We get 5 credits. Even the shuffler didn't want to play Baku. Poor Baku. Didn't deserve that fate. I have lots of trouble. Why is Domino's in the lead? What the fuck? Guys, come on now. Yeah, I think it's called. I had to deal with it a while. Testing my English knowledge. Easy. Okay. Such 32, jeez. Kicking off the hype train. You know what? I'm gonna make a deal that I might regret. But if we hit a level 5 hype train, I will definitely do some Wii streams. I can't necessarily promise Violator or probably your personal. Violator's the one with personal Jesus on it, right? I don't know. I have a couple friends that have some Depeche Mode albums. It's not a tomb. Mecha. Thank you for that. Shrinks when it needs to de-interlace. I mean, that just seems like the opposite of what you'd think, though. Okay, I'm supposed to sing this as walking? I'll give it a shot. Cruisin' USA. Oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, oh, ah, 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 ah. The price of my fucking dignity, dude. No. Whalers on the moon, we carry a harpoon, for they ain't no whales. So we tell tall tales and sing a whaling tune. All have turned away, they have together become worthless. There's no one who does good, not even one. The throats are open graves, the tongues practice deceit. The poison of vipers on the lips. The mouths are full of cursing and bitterness. The feet are swift to shed blood. Ruin and misery mark their ways. The way of peace they do not know. There's no fear of God before their eyes. From the Dev Diaries of Shrek Treasure Hunt. Thank you, Nate. I needed that. Wait, wasn't there a... Was there a cage for a key up here that I missed? It's a 9,000 page book. You wouldn't believe how many people say I sound like Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow, just wow. All right. I think it's Sabretooth. Yeah, let's go Sabretooth. Did I put the whole Saturn library? No, I picked out 95 games. Picked out 95 games. So, I mean, honestly, a decent... Impromptu 8-hour stream later. Yo, what up, guys? How are we doing? New layout hype? More like old layout hype about a layout that I made forever ago and I've only ever used once. And so we're gonna use it again. Welcome in, Ninja. How's it going? Tonight should be a chill night. I hope so. I have no idea how this is gonna go. We're gonna try this, see how it goes. I don't know. I thought it might be interesting from a viewer perspective, but we'll find out. Hey there, Mansta. Welcome in. Hey, Epic. Kreb, welcome in. Never hit the level 5. What, for Wii? I actually, you know, I did get my Wii U modded last night. I did manage to do that. I can't find my sensor bar, though, so... And I have what's called a dolphin bar, which is literally right above my webcam, but the IR blasters don't actually work unless you have a remote synced up to it, so... I gotta like dig out my other sensor bar. Trashy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hopefully the stream treated you all right. Hey there, Shulk. Welcome in. Hey there, Kappa. Big head mode. Let's go. Don't mess with my feelings. I could use 2 candles. I'll find a sensor bar, I'm sure, but I don't know when that's gonna happen. It should be here somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Again, the dolphin bar would have been great, but apparently with the dolphin bar, the IR blasters they use, actually, if they're on all the time, they burn out, like, really fast. So, as, like, a protective measure, they don't actually work unless you have a remote hooked up to it. But welcome in, Trashy. Thank you for the raid again. Osvaldo, how's it going? So, yeah, the goal for tonight, you're probably wondering... Probably the first thing you're wondering is why I haven't already cataloged my collection. Good question. I like making lists, and for some reason I haven't done this. I've like half-ass attempted making like a collection list a couple times, but I've been thinking lately about how I'd want to do like viewer request nights, and I know we already kind of support viewer requests through like the roulette and the shuffle. You can add games to those. But I kind of want to try something different, and I thought the best way to do it would be to have people pick from the games that I already own back here. You know, and that works for me twofold, I think, because I get to play the games in my collection some more, and you know, and we open things up to viewer requests. You just take pictures of your stuff that catalog it, which, I mean, hey, kind of gets the job done. Like, I have a decent idea of what I have and what I don't. It's very rare that I, like, forget I have something. But I figure for the sake of... And I get a lot of questions of people like, you know, what's in your physical collection? Like, do you have a list for that? And I'm like, no, I don't really. I mean, I have this ranked list of all the games I've beat on stream. You know, I've got the Saturn Shuffle list. You know, I've got all these other lists for everything except what I actually own, so... He's making a list, checking it twice, gonna resell his stuff at a much higher price. How's it going, Ruffian? Good seeing you. Hey there, Hallian. Welcome. Need to use Kyle TX a little more than the regular little. Yeah, please do. Please do. So here's kind of the vibe for this evening. We're gonna go through my collection, gonna write stuff down one by one. A lot of these games I should remember the developers and publishers for. If I don't, they should be on the back of the box. If not, either of those, we can always look at Moby games. So, I'm gonna try and be semi-thorough, but I also don't want to bog a stream down with me looking up a whole bunch of information. So, I'll get what I can. So yeah, this will kind of act twofold as like me cataloging my collection and also getting to talk and show about what I do own. So... I feel like just doing the names should be enough. Probably. Yeah, I'll probably just fill in the rest from memory, or what I can quickly find on the back of the box for most of these. But the main question, and y'all can help me with this, is what console we start with. Because that's really the big question. I mean, we got 3DO back there, we got PS2, we got Switch, obviously. We've got PC games down there. We got PS1 along that entire side. A little more PS1, Sega CD, PS5, PS4. Off screen is PSP over there. We've got Genesis, Xbox. Xbox actually goes, I think, down the rest of that row onto that one even. And then there's my platinum hits. A little bit of 360, a little bit of Wii U off screen, a little bit of Wii. Dreamcast. Do 3DO so chat doesn't go rabid. You'd say go in alphabetical order by console. I was kind of thinking that too. What first? Yeah, we got 3DO, PS2, Xbox, PS1, PSP. Y'all get to decide which we start with. Do I have... I can't pull it up on screen. I can't pull the poll up on screen. Yo, hey there, white guy. Welcome in. How's it going, Nam? Misread the header is games pre-approved by Kyle Retro Achievement Ministry. Like it's a socialist country. Oh, I guess I can show that too. I've been working a little bit on this. So for those that don't know, I did add a Streamloots card. I wonder if I can pull this up. Let's pull up Streamloots real fast. Just for the heck of it. I did add a card recently to do a curated RA request since I'm getting into RA. And what the curated means is I've looked through the RA set for said game and thought this is something I can do. So I'm making a list of games that are like pre-approved by me, but you can choose from any of the games on this list and we'll try to badge it, I think. But welcome in, guys. Hey there, Lissy. Welcome. Bonanza Brothers is on there. I would like to badge Bonanza Brothers. That's someday. So I did put that on there. 3DO is far away in the lead. How long is this poll? Who made the poll and how long is it? Because it looks like 3DO definitely won. Should we just start on 3DO? Bonanza Brothers does not get enough love. No, not even close, if you ask me. We should probably just start with 3DO. Unless, yeah, 5 minutes is a little long considering how one-sided this is. All right, stop the count. You snooze, you lose, okay? All right, so let me get back to the game library tab. We will start with 3DO. So let me just grab a stack and we'll get going. Oh. That feeling when your sealed Guardian War falls over. Yeah, that's not go there, Hallian. Let's not go there. Probably, that definitely straddles the line of political there. Make Kylet Golden Sun again. Yeah, don't be late to the stream or the vote. You gotta be quick. Okay. So ironically, I know it's everybody's favorite. We are starting the stream by cataloging Balls, the Director's Cut. This doesn't have the 3D tagline, does it? No. So of course, it's not a Kyle stream without some balls. Let's put that in here. Always start the collection with balls, of course. Hey there, Jeremy, welcome in. Balls, the Director's Cut, obviously on 3DO. I want to say this one's 94. It is 95. I was wrong. Hey there, Dio. Developer is PF Magic, I remember. And the publisher is Panasonic. I'm a nerd. Okay. Balls. You know, as much as we meme on this game, it's actually kind of fun. I know, like, nobody believes me, but I actually enjoy the game. Next up, we have... This is a sealed one, which I have not played yet. It's a little creased on the one side, but this is Burning Soldier. The other side's fine. A lot of the games you get sealed on 3DO, obviously these giant long box cases don't exactly hold up super well to the constricting of the shrink wrap. But overall, this is in pretty good shape. This is like an FMV rail shooter that, like I said, I've not played yet, but I plan to someday get to it. Did somebody say 3DO? Yo, hey there, Blasto. Maybe. Don't open it. I don't need to. I have my ODE. This one is 1994. I don't remember the developer. Pack in. Oh, it's Genki. Okay, right. Forgot about that. Genki and once again Panasonic Publishing. It's worth more that way. Yeah, this one was a little pricey from what I remember. May you suggest music, Ninja? I mean, I have like a 6-hour PS2 playlist that seems pretty chill and relaxing. I'm just gonna kind of roll with that for the stream. But I guess you can suggest if you'd like. I just don't know how to make that fair. Because I feel like then we're gonna have everybody suggesting music. It's 50 yeah, it's about that much, yeah. Pete played Balls on Genesis about 4 years ago. A childhood game of his. I actually didn't know Pete had played that. I guess I should have assumed. Pete's played many, many games. I imagine you guys are gonna notice a pattern with the 3DO games. This one's also sealed. This is Blasto's favorite game of all time, Sid Meier's CPU Bach. Your 3DO can compose original music. This was like less than $30, brand new in box. I did not pay a whole lot for this. And it's kind of cool to have. Just play DKC Aquatic Ambience, it's perfect. Is there like a 5-hour loop of that? I don't know, I imagine we'd get a little tired of that after a while. This was also 1994. Published by Microprose, but I don't know who developed it. You know you can loop videos on YouTube, right? I've literally never used that feature. I'm gonna be honest. Hey there, Horse. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't remember who developed CPU Bach. I guess we could look it up real fast. Not that it really matters. But I am kind of curious. Is it not even... It's not even on Moby Games? That's when you know the game is... obscure as shit. Designed by Sid Meier and Jeff Briggs. It doesn't say... Doesn't say who developed it. Oh well. Okay, we're not gonna worry about it then. It was developed in-house at Microprose. Okay, so they're the developer and the publisher. That makes things a little easier. Okay. Next up, oh man. Where's Ramen when you need him? Next up, I have Creature Shock. This is a game I was actually very much hyped for. I wanted to like it so bad. And we did like a full stream of this. And I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of torturous. This game is also on PS1. So theoretically, eventually for the book, if I continue the book dream, if I keep the book dream alive, I am gonna have to beat it someday. It's a tough one. Hey there, Doc, and welcome in. Hey there, Samino. Welcome. How you guys doing? Hopefully well. We are finally, I am doing what I should have done a long time ago and actually cataloging my collection. So this one was 1995, developed by Argonaut. Argonaut Software, and I believe published by Virgin Interactive. I know, super nerdy. But hey, I like keeping track of these things. Because it's also cool to see, like, how many games I've played by a certain publisher. And Argonaut, if you guys don't know, was very prolific in the 90s. I've played a lot of their games. I think they did the Emperor's New Groove platforming game. Didn't they do Croc? I'm pretty sure Argonaut did Croc. Feel free to fact check me on that, but I'm like fairly certain on that. Crib, thank you for the 5 packs. Hopefully get some good polls. I'm fairly certain Argonaut did like Croc. They did a lot of like PS1 era platforming games. Damn, quick play. Kreb got the X? Oh shit. Okay, that is that's actually kind of a big deal because now there's only 1 card left. The 3 and the X have both been claimed, so the 2 I believe is left. Hey there, Daruto, welcome in. What I have for dinner, I had smoked salmon for dinner and some rice-a-roni. Very good stuff. Some roasted chicken fries and pasta parmigiano. Nice. Excellent. Kreb finally got the card. I can imagine what that is. Next up in the 3DO set, we have Cyberdillo. Fucking Cyberdillo. I have played this on stream. This is like one of the worst FPS games I've ever played in my life. It's pretty horrendously bad. Hey there, Fred. Thanks for the lurk. Enjoy your game. Some good old EDF. Hard to go wrong. I need to stream some EDF at some point. If you play a 10-hour long song, does that count? Is a YouTube, what, you got the YouTube card? I guess, yeah, that's a fair way to be able to request some music. I'll allow it. Who developed Cyberdill? I forget. Pixel Technologies. I believe the only game by Pixel Technologies. And also published by Panasonic. A lot of games published by Panasonic. I think what Panasonic did is they made, if you guys don't know, they made the original 3DO FC1 hardware. They initially released like the only launch console you could get, and then later on they made the FC10, and I think they realized they were gonna lose money on the systems, so they started publishing games to like try and make money back on the whole 3DO project, and I think it sorta worked, but not really. As many of us know, the 3DO suffered a kind of ill fate. Okay, so Kreb, this is music. Like I said, short video, and I allow it 10 hours. Well, it's background. I don't have a background music card. It's not like we have to sit and watch it. Aquatic ambience for 10 hours. Something tells me we're gonna get sick of this. Something tells me we're really gonna get sick of this. But I can at least play it for a little bit. I'll do it for at least 5 minutes, okay? The card is for 5 minutes. Alright. So we got Cyberdillo on the list. And guys, yeah, this list, I'm gonna be doing nights in the future where I allow viewer requests. But the caveat is gonna be, it has to be a game in my collection already. So that's what we're doing here. And I constantly get asked, like, what games do you have in your physical collection? And I can never really answer it or give a link to a list because I've never had a list before. So we're getting there. We're getting there. You wouldn't have played it then, Krev? Guess it's still worth. I'll play it for at least 5 minutes. Since it's only the audio. Okay, let's say I'll do at least 10 minutes. We'll double it since you're only getting the audio, not the video. Next up, of course, a classic. We got Demolition Man. Love this game. Absolutely adore this video game. Crash Bash. I mean, you could do that, Dio, and I could hate you. So there is that. Demolition Man 3D. I believe, was this one 94 or 95? This one was 94. Developed, I forget, was it in-house at Virgin? I know it was published by Virgin. You know, we can check on my other lists because I've already put this game down. Demolition Man by Alexandria Inc. That's right. And published by Virgin. Dare you say the best game played on the stream? What, 3DO Demolition Man? I mean, I wouldn't argue with that. I wouldn't argue with that at all. I'm gonna take Pi's world record in Crash Band. Whoever has the record can keep it. No. Just no. No thank you. No thank you. This next one is actually pretty dope. This is one I did add to the pre-approved RA list that I made. This actually does have a retro achievement set, believe it or not. This is Escape from Monster Manor. Published by EA, I believe developed by Studio 3DO. And this is like an FPS. Probably one of the better FPSs on the system. I've sampled it a little bit, but we didn't get all that far. Honestly, doing the RA would actually be a pretty good reason to get my button gear and actually finish it. I believe this one was 93. Yeah, this was 93. Doc and Demolition Man was a must when you hit Blockbuster. What, the movie? Yo, White Guy, thank you for the pack. Hopefully get a couple good pulls there. Studio 3DO Electronic Arts. Okay. Next up, we got one that I got in a lot. I would not have bought this on its own. Hallion with a pack. Y'all are coming in hot with the packs tonight. Thank you, guys. Hopefully you're getting some good card pulls. Yeah, I would not have bought this on its own, but I got this in a lot with a few other games, which we will be seeing shortly. This is FIFA International Soccer. This game is somewhat interesting because there are actually a few different pressings of this game. And the pressings all have to do with the art on the actual disc. I believe this, I don't know if this is an earlier or a later pressing, but there's a different pressing of the disc that has like entirely different artwork on it. So this is actually like one of the few 3DO games that actually has a variant. There's only a few off the top of my head I can think of. I know Road Rash is another one, but I at least have one of the variants. Again, I'm not a big soccer guy. I don't really intend on playing this, but I got it in a lot, and the price overall was too good to be true, so got it. FIFA International Soccer. I am not going to bother with the developer because I don't really want to look it up right now. Obviously published by Electronic Arts, though. I guess I could at least see the year on it. What year did this come out? Unless it says on the back who developed it. I don't think it does. 94. Yeah, most 3DO games land in 1994. It might be in-house. I don't know for sure. I'm not gonna spend stream time looking it up. I know, Kyle hating on sports games. What can I say? Was it extended play sounds right. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's correct. We'll put that down. I did look it up once, like, way back when. I'm pretty sure that's correct. You did look it up? Okay, we're good. Alright. First little stack of 3DO done. Grab some more. Grab a slightly smaller stack here. I don't want to be crushing these boxes. I do need to get more box protectors for, like, all these games. I've been slacking on that. Next up here, we got Guardian War. This is another game I got sealed. Surprisingly, this game shows up on eBay sealed quite a bit. This is one of only, at least in America, only 2 RPGs on the 3DO. There's this and Lucine's Quest, which is absurdly expensive. Like, crazy expensive. Matt has played Guardian War to completion, and it actually looks pretty good. I want to say it took him like 20-25 hours, which is not insane for an RPG. So this is one I actually do see myself getting around to. That'll get me to play an RPG. It's on the 3DO. This was developed by Microcabin, which I'm trying to remember what else they've done. They've done quite a few games that I think I've played at least a handful of their games. This one also published by Panasonic. You're seeing a trend here. Well, we've got like 8 or 9 games on here, and like at least 4 of them are published by Panasonic. Yeah, they did a lot of publishing for this system. Because again, I think they realized they weren't going to make money back on the actual machines. And they're like, we got to make money on software. We got to get some money out of this. That is the original FIFA. Yeah, no, a lot of people don't realize that the 3DO like originated a lot of series. I don't think the Madden on here, which I'm getting to right now, I don't think this is the OG Madden, but it's an early one. And apparently, from everything I've heard, it's pretty decent. This was also in a lot. It was this, and FIFA, and then Total Eclipse, and I'm forgetting the other game that was included. I think Need for Speed, which we're going to be getting to. Love the 3DO boxes. Oh yeah, they look phenomenal. I mean, I love the long box artwork. I think it's one of the things that drew me to this system to begin with. Like, what other console has game boxes like this? None that I'm aware of. So, I will say, getting into 3DO, I mean, yeah, I guess PS1, but they're not nearly as tall. I can pull one out. They're not. Pull my copy of Ridge Racer here. I mean, here's the height difference. Like, 3DO is significantly taller even than PS1 long boxes. So. But yeah, we got John Madden Football. I don't know who developed this one. No idea. But it did come out in 94. Again, a lot of 1994 releases. Why don't they make it like that anymore? What, like outer game boxes? This was purely, I'm fairly certain this was just a product of the 90s. Because really long boxes came into vogue with like CD long box cases. From my understanding, that came about because a lot of record stores had record bins. Yeah, like Hallian said, they had shelves set up for 12-inch records, and CDs needed to be in longer boxes so they'd actually fit in the shelves. Hallian with the wow. I never knew that 3DO games needed to duck through doorways. Wow. Yeah, it was also to deter theft. Because, I mean, compare a 12-inch record to a CD, like a small CD jewel case. And, like, it's a pretty major difference, right? So, this was kind of a way to help deter theft. I don't know why the 3DO decided to jump on the bandwagon of the long boxes. I guess they were just, they're like, hey, we got CDs, we're being cool. You guys know CDs come in long boxes. That means 3DO games gotta come in long boxes, too. Do you remember those clear plastic cages that add like 8 inches to the damn thing? Yeah, no, in fact, one of the record stores in my college town still use those. And actually, even some of the record stores in Portland still use them. To this day, it's kind of funny. Neat to see. So we got John Madden added. 2 more from this first shelf of 3DO. We've got another classic. We got Jurassic Park Interactive. And this one's special because it's got a not for resale sticker on it. Promotional copy. That's right. I got this one from Double Jump. This was, I think, 50 bucks, which it's pretty much going value for it, but I like supporting Double Jump when I can. They're a great store. Oh no, white guy. I love the Panasonic 3DO. I think everyone should buy a 3DO now. I'm sorry, my Schwarzenegger is out of practice. I'm getting there slowly. Slowly getting there. Hopefully that was serviceable. Okay, Jurassic Park Interactive. This game is a total meme of a game. I love it though. It's so stupid. It's so dumb, but I enjoy the hell out of it. I believe this one was developed by Studio 3DO. I'm not 100% sure on that. It was perfect. You guys are too nice. Studio 3DO, and it was published by Universal Interactive. Great game, though. I honestly, like, as stupid as this game is, for people that haven't played 3DO, like, this is kind of a must-play, if you ask me. It pretty much surmises everything that the 3DO was. It's just, it's stupid, it's fun, it's got FMV, it's got bad acting, it's like, it's the whole package, you know? Hey there, Mindscan, welcome in. Did 3DO publish their own games? Eventually they did. This is actually, I believe this is one of them. Usually when a 3DO game is published by 3DO themselves, it says Studio 3DO at the top. And this is Killing Time. This is one of the, if you ask me, one of the essential 3DO games. Very unique, very interesting. Unfortunately, the big downside of this game, it's an FPS, but it has like FMV inside the game engine. So you'll just be walking around and you'll see these little like kind of ghost apparitions, and you walk up to them and it starts playing an FMV literally inside the game. It's pretty neat. There is a PC version, which I did stream because I figured, yo, I'll play the PC version, the frame rate's better. Turns out the PC version, you have to 100% the game just to finish it, which is terrible. 100% of this game is not fun. I definitely prefer the more casual approach. But yeah, I would honestly, I've been thinking about streaming this one again. It's just the frame rate is so low. It's like, I don't know, 5 to 7 frames a second. It's really low, which is unfortunate because otherwise it's a really cool game. Very unique FPS. I'd recommend, if you're into strange, obscure, especially if you want to play some 3DO. It's definitely worth looking into. Hashtag best game. Madden was developed by High Score Productions. That I know is right. See, it's like I remember seeing these developer names when I'm doing my research, and then I kind of forget. And then, like, as soon as somebody says it, I'm like, yep, that's the one. That's the one. 100% of the 3DO game is easy. Did it almost with no guides. PC game is totally different and bullshit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for making me feel a little bit better. Yeah, I'm not bothering with the genre column. I can fill out later. Not too worried about it at the moment. Yeah, this was published by Studio 3DO. I'm forgetting exactly who developed it. Maybe we'll look it up. Oh, this game also supports the flight stick. There's a flight stick for 3DO. And Killing Time of all games supports it, believe it or not. Let's see, Killing Time. It may have also been developed by Studio 3DO, but I don't think that's true. Hey there, Jay. Published, it says published by the 3DO company, developed by Studio 3DO. I don't know how accurate that is. I'm gonna look it up. Look it up on Wikipedia. Let's double check our sources here. Oh, it says the 3DO company. Okay. All right, Studio 3DO goes here. The 3DO company. Well, there you go, Kreb. There's one game published by 3DO themselves. Okay, and that does it for the first box. Or the first, I should say the first shelf. Got the first shelf done. I am gonna put these back real quick because I don't want, my room's gonna get real messy if I just leave everything off the shelves. Thank you guys for bearing with me there. Buys flight stick now. Gotta play Killing Time with that flight stick, baby. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Don't trust your research eye. I just like double checking, okay? Tough question of the day. Is it fight stick or flight stick? Honestly, I'm more of a fighting game person than a flight. I don't know. I feel like a flight stick is way less useful for most applications. I don't know. I think a fight stick you can at least use with almost any game you want, right? With a flight stick, I mean, yeah, like you get weird instances where you can use them with like an FPS, but other than that, I mean, you're pretty much using them for flight games. I only remember Army Men Sarge's Heroes from 3DO. Yeah, 3DO later, after the 3DO system died, they went on and started, they really took on like a publisher role, and they're probably most famous for the Army Men games, which we will be getting to if I get the PS1. Honestly, I'm probably need to speed things up here, but Need for Speed on 3DO. Many people don't realize 3DO version of Need for Speed is the original version of Need for Speed. I think it still holds up pretty well. Some people joke that this game lacks speed and needs it. But I think it plays really well, honestly. For coming out in 1994, I think it's quite damn good if you ask me. $600 for a box 3DO flight stick. That is that's a little expensive, isn't it? Goddamn. Prefer flight sims. Playing it with a controller, because honestly, I mean, I don't blame you. Flight sticks can be expensive. I forget who developed this Need for Speed. Obviously published by EA. I'm gonna have it on my main tab here. Need for Speed. Need for Speed. EA Canada. Probably should have remembered that. Okay. Electronic Arts. But yeah, Need for Speed, I mean, you can play it on PS1, you can play it on Saturn. It's basically the same game. I think the PS1 version is slightly updated. And plays a little faster from what I remember, but yeah, I think if you're gonna own a 3DO, this is one to have, genuinely. Next up, got another sealed game. Actual sold listings are more like $35 without the box. Oh, what, for the 3DO flight stick? I was gonna say 600 bucks. Yeah, if that's still on there, I don't think anybody's gonna pay 600 bucks. Make sure I use the Mad Catz edition 3DO steer. I don't think Mad Catz was around in the 3DO days. I don't know when Mad Catz became big. I think of them more as like, I think around the N64 era they started putting stuff out. I don't think they quite existed yet. Next up here we got Pebble Beach Golf Links. This is a sealed copy. This was cheap. Sealed copy with a not for resale sticker on it even. But I actually really like the golf games on 3DO. They're oddly good. Gonna be honest, like they're shockingly decent. We're gonna get to one later that I like more than this one, but Pebble Beach does not slack. Pebble Beach is a decent golf game. I believe this one was 94 as well. Nope, this one was 93. We got a launch year game. It's gonna be developed by T&E Soft. And published by, once again, Panasonic. Imagine that. Mad Catz was founded in 89. Okay. Founding notwithstanding, I'm fairly certain they never made anything, any peripheral for the 3DO. I could be wrong, though. I'm fairly certain, though. I don't know of any that exists. Okay, next up, we got Quarantine. I did show this one, I think, yesterday. We sampled this one on stream. Unfortunately, it was not as good as I was hoping it would be. It looks awesome. It's like this crazy first-person kind of vehicular combat / taxi simulator. It sounds amazing, right, on paper. But in execution, it's not perfect. But it's cool to have. It's definitely a cool collector's piece. I throw it on every now and again. Because, again, I like the concept of it. It's just like playing it for extended periods of time. I've never been able to get very far in it. Doesn't the not for resale sticker up the value for collectors? I think it depends on the collector, to be honest. I don't think it inherently adds value, but some people see extra value in kind of like promo copies or not for resale stickers. But it totally depends on the collector. I don't think there's any hard and fast rule. They're like, yes, it definitely adds value. Quarantino No gets flashbacks. Yeah, funny title now in a post-2020 world. It's, yeah, a little rough. I forget who developed this. Did I put this on my ranked list? We did. Image Excel. I'm gonna trust my old research and assume that's correct. Next up, we got, I don't own the actual Return Fire base game, but I do have the Maps of Death expansion. Unfortunately, this is sealed, but the shrink wrap was a little tight, and the entire, like, the entire front is, like, bowed in. But, seems to be doing okay. It hasn't gotten any worse since I bought it, so hopefully it'll stay as is. But I love Return Fire, and I saw this for a decent deal on eBay, picked it up. Like I said, still looking for the base game, but at least having the expansion is quite a bit more rare than the actual base game. So I definitely had to grab this when I saw it. It's decently easy to get the base game, so I just honestly haven't, you know, struck on it yet. Haven't bought it yet. This one I kind of had to snipe though, because like I said, I never see it come up. Base game seems readily available. Return Fire. I know I'm gonna have this on here. Silent Software, published by Prolific Publishing. Yeah, I even in my completion notes, you can't see it, it's off screen, but I said I beat most difficulty levels. I did beat the base game of Return Fire, but Maps of Death lives up to its name. It's fucking brutal, dude. It is much harder than the base game. Quite challenging. But great. Honestly, Return Fire, I recommend. It's also on PS1 and Saturn. It's kind of a vehicular-based capture the flag. Super fun. They got these crazy maps on the back. You might be able to see that. I think I've used like an overview of the overhead view of the maps. They're quite large and expansive, some of the later ones. Definitely recommend Return Fire and the expansion. I think the PS1 version includes the expansion in like the base release. So that might be the definitive version if you want to play it, but it's on 3DO. I gotta have the 3DO version. Next up, we've got an absolute classic. We got Road Rash. The game that almost single-handedly sold me on this console. Like, straight up. Absolutely adore this game. This version is phenomenally good. I've played it to death. I'm hoping this version of Road Rash gets retro achievements. I'd definitely play it. 3DO, I believe this was 1994. Yes, it was. And who developed it? I know it's published by EA. EA did a lot of publishing on the 3DO. You gotta give them some credit. They were definitely trying to help the 3DO out as much as they could. Hey, who developed this damn game? I want to say... I don't remember. I have a thought of who it may have been, but I'm gonna double check. Monkey Do I knew it was something about... I was gonna say Code Monkeys, but I'm like, Code Monkeys is a trash developer. I knew it was something Monkey. Monkey Do Productions. What a name for a development team. What is this, Mansta? Mad Cat 6-button controller? That is ugly as hell. That looks horrid. What is with these like protrusions toward the bottom? You got literally turbo for every button on the damn thing. That's ridiculous. Okay, Road Rash added. We are most of the way through 3DO. I've got just a few more games left. We got like 8 games left in 3DO. Next up, we got an absolute personal favorite of mine. This game's phenomenal. Soccer Kid. This game's on like everything. It's on GBA. It's on SNES. On SNES, it's known as like the Adventures of Kid Cleats, I think, in America. Lovely platformer. With the unique twist of you have a soccer ball as your main method of attack. And, just pro tip for you guys, I believe it's if you hold the B button, if you ever lose the soccer ball, you get to spawn it back. I played a good chunk of this game without knowing that. It makes the game a lot harder. Just gonna warn you now. But it's a great game. It's a little challenging. But I love the soccer ball mechanic. It just adds a whole level of play that I would not have expected. I believe this was a 90... I was gonna say a 95 release. It looks like it says 94 on the back. This is by Chrysalis Software. Hey there, Ghost. How's it going? Welcome in. Chrysalis Software and published by Studio 3DO. Boom. I will admit this is one I spent a little bit of money on. A little hunk of change on. But getting this game complete in the box in as good a shape as this is not something you see every day. So it was definitely worth it to me. And ironically, the 2 most expensive 3DO games in my collection alphabetically end up coming up back to back with each other. The other one, I spent like the same amount of money on both of these. This is Street Fighter 2 Turbo, which is an excellent version of this game. I still need to get, there's an offer for a 6-button control pad. I need to get this control pad. This is actually put out by Capcom themselves. It's a 6-button, it's a strange looking controller, but I want to get it one day so I get the full 6-button experience on 3DO. But a great version of Super Street Fighter 2. I think at the time this released, it was like the best home console version you could get. Obviously nowadays there's easier and better ways to play it probably, but I just love having it. Sorry, excuse me, it's not Street Fighter 2 Turbo, it's Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Yeah, it's a lovely version. Hey, there's N4. Was this 90? 94, yes. Most of these games are going to be 1994. Obviously, developed and published by Capcom. Easy to fill those out. Alright. Next up, we got Theme Park. Published by Bullfrog. Excuse me, developed by Bullfrog, published by EA. Another EA published game. If you've not played Theme Park, very similar to Roller Coaster Tycoon. Basically park management sim. We actually streamed this for a decent bit one night on the channel. I think I completed a whole park. There's certain like mileposts you hit. I think you can like upgrade your park to the point where you sell it. Apparently fully beating the game is like improving and selling like 32 or 64 parks. It's like an insane amount of work you have to do. So I just did one, but this game was pretty fun. I think we called our park the Wonkus Vomitorium because people were just vomiting the whole time. It's absolutely absurd, but it's a fun game. I think you prefer regular Street Fighter 2, but that's a great game too. I mean, you can't really go wrong with Street Fighter 2, right? I mean, hell, they released so many goddamn versions of it, right? The game has to be decent. So Bullfrog Productions and Electronic Arts. Once again. Yeah, most of the games published on the 3DO are either Panasonic or EA. You tend to notice a pattern after a while. Next up, we got Total Eclipse. This is a cool one. Ninja with the 10 packs. Yo, Ninja, thank you so much, man. Hopefully you get some good pulls with that one. I assume you would. This is Total Eclipse, published by developed by Crystal Dynamics. Maybe also published. I'm only seeing their name on this. They may have done the publishing and the developing. But this game's really cool. This is a kind of a behind-the-ship view space shooter. I've not been able to get very far in it. I get like a handful of levels in. There's a boss that I've yet to be able to beat, but pretty mind-blowing graphics for the time, and definitely one of the cooler games on the 3DO. Eventually did come to Saturn and PS1 as Total Eclipse Turbo, I believe. But a great early showing by good old Crystal Dynamics, who later became famous for Gex, of course. Throwing the IKEA hat on me. There we go. PS1 upgrade's pretty solid. Also has the distinction of being the first title released. I didn't know that, Chazzy. Yeah, I did look through your completed games list, and I did see you got that one on there. GG's on beating it, by the way. I've struggled to get through it. I need to give it another shot, though. Definitely want to give it another shot. Yeah, I'm assuming published and developed by Crystal Dynamics. Very weird way to start the challenge, I would imagine. Are you into those kind of space shooters, generally speaking? I would imagine, especially if you're not totally into the genre, it's probably a little strange. It's not a type of game I would typically play, but the fact it's on the 3DO is like, yeah, okay. Has the bucket hat ever gone on until after Epic leaves? Wait, what? Oh, you're saying like, have I put it on before Epic goes to bed? I don't actually know. Probably not, now that I think about it. This might be the, yeah, it just dawned on me. This might be the first time Epic's seen the IKEA hat. FMV sequences were engaging enough to keep you interested. You may have seen it one time, okay. Maybe on probably on the last 12-hour stream, since I tend to start those early. All right, last long box game I have here is Wicked 18. Also by T&E Soft, published by Panasonic. This game is like my favorite golf game, or one of them. It's definitely in the top, I'd say top 5. Absolutely wacky. They take the engine they use for Pebble Beach golf links and just like, Breeder. Hey, Breeder. They took the engine from like Pebble Beach and just made these like insane courses out of it. It's great. Highly recommend Wicked 18. I believe it's also on SNES. It's on a few different other systems, but hey there, 2515. Yeah, I need to do this. I've been slacking on this. I've got a decently big collection, and I've just been putting off doing this. And I'm like, you know what? Let's try streaming it. What the hell? I think this might be interesting. Gives me some time to reflect on a bunch of these games and talk with you guys about them, and give you guys an idea of what I have in my collection. If I've got a 3DO, I probably have your collection beat. I don't know. I think people think I have more games than I actually do. I have semi-curated collections for most of my consoles. I don't know. I tend to jump around a lot, so. I think it's called Valara Golf on Saturn. I believe so. Yeah, there's a volcano level. Name with the hydrate. Last count was I definitely don't have 1,350 games. Definitely not. No, I only like collect for, I don't know, less than a dozen consoles. I sample shit like crazy, but I don't, in terms of like what I own, you know, it's kind of scaled back. I think probably more than people think. Okay, we've got a few jewel case games. We have Mind Tiazer. I was looking on RA. This has a set. This has an RA set. Obviously can't stream it, because it's straight up just a porn game. Stage 1 Boss sent this to me. I would not have bought this on my own. But I own it, I guess. Something I can say. Not exactly proud of that, but it's actually quite an expensive game on the 3DO. So I guess it's a bit of a collector's item. This was 1994. I think this was developed and published by Vivid Interactive. Atari 50 Steelbook arrived today? Nice. First parcel to the new house. Well, GG's. No, that Steelbook looked nice. I'm just not a big Steelbook collector. I'm like, you know, I'm going to give myself a reason to boot up the good old PS5 again. To be fair, you can hyperinflate your numbers if you get an Atari or PS2. True, yeah, both systems have lots of cheap games. You know, just with the way I stream, I really only buy games I see myself revisiting, like, at least with some frequency. So I'm a little selective with what I buy, because I do sample a lot with emulation and such. So I try to keep the actual physical collection kind of scaled back and, you know, in check. I tend to not go crazy with buying a whole bunch of games. It's pretty gold. It looked very nice from the screenshots I saw. This next one is also one that Stage 1 sent to me. It's also an adult game. I don't even know what the title is. I think it's something like Yakuken Special. I'll probably have to look this one up, because I don't even know how to put it on this list. But I do own it. Even this cover art is risque. I will say, good move on making it a little blurred there. Probably shouldn't hold it on screen for too long. But the last one I got here. This is a recent pick. This is the most recent 3DO pickup. This is Dr. Hauser on 3DO. We actually played through this for Halloween not too long ago. This game is amazing. It's got the distinction of being one of the first fully 3D survival horror games, beating out even Resident Evil, because Resident Evil has pre-rendered backgrounds, as many of us know. And this game is fully in 3D. The frame rate is terrible, but I'm canceled. Damn it. I have to blame Stage 1. He sent me the game, okay? You have the Saturn Yakuken Special, another Man of Culture, Mindscan. I am going to put this alphabetically. So we'll have to squeeze it in here. But I really enjoy Dr. Hauser. If you missed my Halloween stream of it, I think the VOD's still up. I don't know, it's been about 2 weeks, maybe not yet. Ninja with 5 more. Yo, Ninja popping off tonight. I think Ninja's fishing. Ninja's probably trying to finish off the 32X card set, I would imagine. But yeah, Dr. Hauser, I definitely recommend this one. One of the cool exclusives on the 3DO. This was done by, who was this done by? Riverhill Soft, who also made Overblood on the PS1, which is another fun survival horror game. Riverhill Soft, and also published by Panasonic yet again. Nah, you're just going ham. Well, I do appreciate it. It's very kind of you. This is also 94. Pretty early. And that completes the 3DO list. That is every 3DO game I currently own. I don't know how many this is. Looks like 24, if I counted it right. Not a bad little set, honestly. There's still a couple I'm looking for. I haven't gotten all the ones that I want, but I have quite a few that I've been after. There's a handful that I'm still looking for, but just read my channel description. What kind of overlooked PS1 and 2 titles? I stream a lot of PS1 and 2. In fact, I'm currently trying to work on a book reviewing like the entire US library of PS1, so I play a lot of PS1. Like any game I can get my hands on. A lot of games that probably other people wouldn't bother to stream. PS2 not nearly as much. I should do more PS2 streams, but I've been caught up with other things. I've played a little bit of N2O. I've not finished N2O, but I've sampled it. Ninja with the Chug. Also, I realized this Donkey Kong Country music is going on. I just played 40 minutes of it. Okay, we're gonna switch back to my PS2 playlist. Besides the JPEGs. Yes, JPEGs, Dio. I assume you mean JRPGs. What's different in the director's cut version of Balls Any? I've only played the 3DO version, so I have no idea what actually they add. Future Cop, I've played a little bit of Future Cop. That's another one I've sampled. I haven't really fully sunk my teeth into. Of course that's what you mean. I'm gonna get help on some. Some of them I legit will play. It's just a matter of me being selective, honestly. All right. Gotta take another swing at the mystery ISO. I mean, it's on the wheel. I just it hasn't been spun again. It's still on there. It's been on there for a while now. I also haven't been doing PS1 roulette much. So, all right, I'm gonna make a poll for the next system we should go through. I'll let you guys decide. Which console? We can do PS2. Actually, I'm gonna put PS1 first, because PS1's probably my biggest collection. We can do Xbox, we can do PS2. What else? I guess Wii. Wii/Wii U. To be fair, because both of those are pretty small collections. And then I guess PSP. We'll make it a 2-minute poll. Yeah, Mansta sent me an ISO that was unlabeled, so I have no idea what it is. Do I have any of the titles from the one company? Hold on. Do I have any titles from that one company that puts the genre in the titles? Oh, are you talking like, here, I have one. Are you talking, Age Tech and A1 Games? I do have bowling. I've played bowling, I've played racing, I've played snowboarding. I think I've already written my reviews for snowboarding and racing. Yeah, no, these were released, like, twilight years of the PS1. Yeah, I have a few of them. I've reviewed a few of them. Quarantine's way better in your mind than it objectively was. I'm with you, Shifty. Honestly, I want to like that game a lot, and I just... It's a little rough. It's a little rough at times. Vote in the poll if you guys could. That's going to decide what console we go through next. And I might as well... I'm going to take this time to quickly put away the other 3DO games real fast. Good as new. It is, yeah, it's a PS1 compatible bin key. The way Mansta's putting that makes me wonder. Got Puzzle Star Sweep and a space shooter based on grid combat. Ah, I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, there's one that's literally like, it's a super generic title, and I think space shooter is literally in the title. Ninja's turn at a short video. I'm scared. Ridge Racer 6 when? That's a good question. Here, let me put this on the other window. God damn it. Too many windows. If I do theater mode, this should be about the right size. Oh, this is music. Shit. I was expecting a video. Also, wrong link. Okay. Give me an updated link. Shooter Starfighter Sandvik. Yes. Yeah, dumb name. Okay, PS1 1. Why am I not surprised? PS1's a big set, guys. We're gonna have quite a bit to get through. I guess the other thing that I should ask, I should probably put import PS1 in its own set. Like, I'm just thinking about this. I probably should do that. Because I think otherwise it's just going to be kind of a mess. Because the PS1 list is so big. Ripped it from a disc that you play on your pre-modded PS1 that you bought from an EB employee 20 years ago. Damn. Okay, this is music link, yes? Some Ridge Racer 6 music. This is going to be oddly hype. Special Mega Mix. Well, I guess I'm going to give it the 28 minutes. Okay. Let's do some PS1. I guess I have a couple, like, combo packs out of the way that I guess we should get. I've got a few of these bad boys. I've got the Army Men pack, the Driver pack, and the Tomb Raider pack. Love that little PS1. You use it like I use my CDX. What? Not much at all? Come on, I occasionally do Genesis and Sega CD streams. I could probably get accused of like barely playing enough of anything, right? I have to jump around so much. Oh, more than I probably should? Worried about the system going out? Yeah, that is a concern, right? Kind of wearing the system down. That's fair. Yeah, I use the CD drive on the Sega CD. Which, yeah, is probably maybe slight cause for concern, but I do it anyway. So yeah, we'll start with Army Men Gold, I guess. I don't know how I should split these up. You know what? Oh, I have a good idea, actually. So we'll put PS1 here, right? Not piece of shit one. PS1. I think what I'll do... I'll have another bar like this, right? And I'll put Army Men Gold Collector's Set. And then I'll put the games included underneath. Aside from my news about the Wii, yeah, I need a new sensor bar, or I need to find the one that's probably buried in the closet somewhere. Do those multi-packs count as each game? Yes. Yeah, no, I'm gonna put each game down here. I should probably. There we go. Get powered ones on eBay really cheap. Yeah, I just thought like, hey, I can use the Dolphin bar that I already have that like has been sitting here, because I used to stream GameCube and Wii through Dolphin, which I guess I could still do, but I'd rather use the actual hardware. But yeah, the downside with this is, like, unless you have a controller synced to it, the IR blasters don't do anything. I'm like, well, that's useless to me now. Okay, so this comes with Army Men 3D, Army Men Air Attack, and Army Men Sarge's Heroes. I'm just gonna write these down. I'm not gonna look everything up for these. Army Men Air Attack. I don't know if there's a colon in there. I'm gonna put a colon. Not Army Men with an E. And Army Men Sarge's Heroes. Get 2 tea lights. I don't have the room to like MacGyver a setup. You know, there's the urban legend of having like candles. I'm like, I don't even have space for candles to do that. But yeah, there you go. The Army Men Gold Collector's Edition. I have a whole history buying this game. The eBay seller, the scumbag that sold this to me, listed this as brand new despite no shrink wrap. Even the, you know, it's like maybe the individual games were sealed. Nope, not even those. Some of the spindle holes were broken. Dude packaged it in a bubble mailer with straws. I'm not even kidding. Probably one of the worst eBay experiences I've had as a buyer. But other than that, I guess I'm glad to have it. You never enjoyed the Army Men games? You own them though. Yeah, a lot of people aren't into the Army Men games. I'm probably gonna try and force feed myself those games at some point. Yeah, this music is going ham, Ninja. Little two-sided tape on the top monitor. Let's go fire department on speed dial. Yeah, no, I'll get a sensor bar. If I'm gonna do Wii, I'll at least get a sensor bar. We also have the driver twin pack. I beat the first driver. Did I end up? Yeah, no, I ended up beating both of these. These games are brutal. I will say Driver 2 was the more fun experience. If you're looking to play one of these and actually beat them, play Driver 2. The first Driver is just a little too rough, honestly. Great games, both of them. Just a lot of people really remember these games fondly because all they did was like sandbox the open world, right? They just like drove around without trying to beat the game. Trying to beat the game is like almost masochism, I'd say. It's pretty bad. Gonna Extreme exclusively candle it. Driver 2 was... I did like Driver 2 more than the first. Driver 2 at least felt doable. The problem with the first Driver is, like, the last couple missions feel, like, actually unfair. Like, genuinely unfair. I don't know how anybody was supposed to beat those missions, the last couple. Driver... I do know that these were developed by Reflections Interactive. The good old Reflections Interactive that made, a childhood favorite of mine was Stuntman Ignition. Highly recommend that game. It's honestly kind of like Driver, a little more linear, and a lot easier. I find them quite fun. Atari Night would literally and hopefully figuratively be lit. We may do, again, I'm not promising anything. I'm not promising anything, but we might get there eventually. Okay, Driver. Great games, though. Brain exploded when you were able to get out of the car in Driver 2. Yeah, right? That was a pretty significant addition that I think honestly did make the second game worth being a new game. Sorry, it's getting hot in here. Probably gonna have to crack the window open here. Last of the Collector's Edition sets, we have the Tomb Raider Collector's Edition. These are developed by Core Design. The masters of the bullshit hard PS1 game. I beat the first Tomb Raider. I've yet to do Tomb Raider 2 or 3 yet. But we'll get there. I almost made a card for Tomb Raider 2, and I'm almost still thinking about it. Or Revelations, or The Last Remnant. Yeah, that's right. Revelations is not included. A lot of Tomb Raiders. How do they rank in terms of what, bullshit? I don't know. I mean, I got through the first Tomb Raider, but it was an experience. It was kind of rough go, not gonna lie. Honestly, the controls throw a lot of people off, and I definitely had issues with the control at points. But once you know that the game kind of works in a grid-based structure, it makes things a little bit easier. I'm not gonna say it makes things incredibly easy, but for some reason, the third game has Adventures of Lara Croft as a tagline for some reason. I don't know why they felt the need to add that in the third game, but hey. I'm not gonna fill all these out. I'll worry about those later. Yeah, that was in January. That was almost a year ago now. Yeah, that kind of puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Kind of crazy to think it's been that long. Hey there, Retro, welcome in. This soundtrack's a little over the top. I'm not gonna lie. You hate to be that guy, but that's a way to enter a chat. Cataloging. I think it's 1G. I looked it up before stream. I had like I had to think about it for a second. It is 1G. What did I screw up? Is it spelled wrong anywhere? I'm missing a U. I'm not European. Find something a bit more chill. Yeah, I want something a little more chill. This is a little over the top. I'm not gonna lie. This should be, yeah, this should be a little better. Cataloging is 1. Yeah, I was like, you. I'm not from the UK. Okay. So there are my collector's edition packs for PS1. There's a few that I want, but honestly, not all of them. I definitely don't want all of them, but at least have a few of them. Okay. Now we'll get into the bulk of the US PS1 collection. These are probably going to take us a little bit. Surprised cataloging is even a thing, but I'm right. I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure I spelled it right. Retro making me second guess myself here. Okay. Starting alphabetically on the PS1 games. Maybe I'll say... I'll say collector's packs for this. We'll separate these out. Hey there, Iker. Welcome in. You officially use the UK spelling. You have so much interaction with the US. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, yeah, maybe we're not the only ones that do it, but... I'm like, cataloging with a U does definitely not happen in America. PS1. Maybe I'll put American games. Or I'll put NTSC J. Let's add a few more rows here. Canadian English is a weird mishmash of US and UK slang. I would imagine, yeah. Okay, the first game in my PS1 collection, when going alphabetically, is Action Ass, of course. Action Bass. But this game's actually kind of fun. I've not been able to get very far in it, but it's a super hype fishing game. Very reminiscent of like Sega Bass Fishing, which I also need to play at some point here, but Action Bass, pretty fun. Pretty fun title. A whopping $3. Honestly, some of the best $3 I spent. What year did this come out? I actually don't know. Why can I not find the year? Developed by Syscom Entertainment and published by Take-Two. But honestly, if you're looking for like just a fun arcadey fishing game, Action Bass is actually a pretty good one to go with. Definitely recommend it. Probably the best way to describe it generally is US vocab with UK spelling. With a bunch of Canadian slang thrown on top. Excellent. What did I do here? I fucked it up. I want the, there we go. Need that white line on the side. Okay, next up we got... I have not played this one yet. Or I've sampled it on the roulette, but we have not played through it. And that is Andretti Racing. I believe I bought this one on eBay for $5 shipped. Which I'm not sure how the seller made any money on it. But I was going to take it for $5. This is actually quite a good early PS1. Somewhat of a simulator. Not fully, it's a little arcadey at times, but quite fun from what I played of it, and I can't wait to play more. Need to get around to it though. I've been slacking on it. It's just we play so many racing games, it's hard for me to fit fit more of them in. I feel like I gotta represent the other genres more. This was developed by... I don't remember. Published by EA, of course. I'll have to look it up later, I think. Gotta go to bed. Take care, Retro. Have a good one. Good old EA. I don't know, is it gonna say anywhere? Probably not. Don't need to worry about it. Not gonna waste everybody's time with looking up every publisher of every developer of every game. Next up, we got Barbie Super Sports, which I bought because I've literally done speedruns. There's an inline skating portion of the game, and there's a snowboarding portion of the game. The inline skating honestly kind of sucks, but for some reason, it's the popular speedrun. So I thought I'd go against the grain and speedrun the snowboarding, and I have the world record in the snowboarding sequence. No real interest in trying to do the inline skating. But this game's honestly kind of fun. The more I play the PS1 Barbie games, they're honestly not terrible. Other than Explorer. Explorer is Devil's Spawn, but Super Sport's not bad. There's a Barbie Mystery Cruise that's kind of fun. I don't know, there's some good ones. I'm sure nobody's gonna believe me, but trust me. If you try it and you end up liking it, you can thank me later. Next up, this is a really good one. This is one that nobody talks about. This is also published by A1 Games that were known for doing those, like, basically taking simple series games from Japan and just bringing them over with, like, minimal translation efforts. But this is Board Game Top Shop. And this game is actually, like, a really incredible, essentially like you basically play through this mall and you're on a board, this rotating board. You go through various levels of this mall and you like buy and open up shops, and you're competing to make the most money. It's actually a lot of fun. Highly recommend this one. Really enjoyed sampling this one, and had to own it. This one actually does go for a little bit of money. I think I paid like 25 or 30 for this. So it's not like, you know, you're not going to get it in the bargain bins or anything, but it's worth keeping an eye out on for because I think a lot of people don't know about it. I do recommend it. I honestly need to play it some more. I haven't played it since we initially sampled it. I ended up buying it because I liked it so much. Let's see. Yeah, published by A1 and A-Tech, or Age Tech. I think it's developed by Kid. Good game, though. Definitely one of the obscure PS1 gems that, like, literally never gets mentioned. Ninja choosing all, like, the triumphant music. Turn it down just a little bit. Okay. Next up, we got another A1 Age Tech. We showed this just a minute ago. This is bowling on the PS1. I have not done a review for this, but I have played a decent amount of it. I seem to recall there's a really unique mode on this. I mean, obviously it's kind of just a bare bones bowling game. Oh, the quest game. Yeah, there's like these different pin combinations set up that you have to like strategically hit. So the quest mode seems like kind of the unique aspect of this. A lot of these like simple series games end up like they look really generic and basic, but then they'll just like throw a couple things in here and there that actually make them really unique and fun. It's kind of one of those. I mean, this is probably worth. I paid $2.99. This is bargain bin fodder at this point, but honestly, I mean, I think it's worth $3 for what it is. If you're into bowling, right? I guess you got to be into bowling first. But not a bad little bowling game. Okay, next up here, we got the infamous Bubsy 3D. Had to show up at some point. I did buy this in the last couple months because we returned to it. I believe Tailsos. Somehow this ended up back on the wheel. I forget who added it back, but I seem to recall on a roulette night, Tailsos used like a wedge card to get me to play this toward the end of the night, and I ended up beating it in about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Because for those that don't know, I have done speedruns of this game in the past, and I don't remember everything because that was like 2 years ago now. But I do have some of the strats for Bubsy 3D. Also worth mentioning, because I updated, there was a Stream Loose card to get me to play this. And I've since updated that from just playing the game to going for the RA set, which I might end up hating myself for, but if somebody manages to pull that uber legendary card, I will attempt to get the RA mastery on this. God, that's gonna be painful. Probably. I'll probably regret every second of it, but it should make for a good stream at the very least. I've never gone for all the rockets. I've ended up picking some here and there just by accident, but I've never gone after all of them. But as far as I can tell, you know, since I'm pretty much versed in the game, it shouldn't be the worst thing ever. Because it looks like the achievement set is really just find all the rockets and beat the game. So, this set could be worse. I'm just gonna say that much. The set could be worse. I still feel like this music's loud. Hopefully the audio mix is okay. Next up, we got another... Man, these are bangers. See, this is why I keep my collection, like, lean but mean. And next up, I got Builder's Block. This game's dope. Unfortunately, Nate's not here right now, but Nate knows. Nate knows as well as I do. Probably better than I do. This game is phenomenal. This is probably one of the best one of the best puzzle games on the PS1. Absolutely great. Published by Jalico, which might seem like a bad sign, but it's developed by Taito, which is the important part. Fantastic game. I need to play more of this. Need to play more of this. Need to also do a review of it. Yeah, this is one of the games I got on eBay, and then it didn't show up for like a few weeks, and I contacted the seller, and like I was like, yo, it hasn't shown up yet. What's going on? And the dude just sent the money back, and then like a couple days later, it came in. That's happened a couple times on eBay, and I feel bad, but like there's like literally no way to get back in contact with them once that happens. So yeah, I basically got this for free. I mean, not that I'm proud of that. I mean, I was gonna pay for it, but the guy just like gave me my money back. Like I said, this happened a couple times, and it's never my intention to do that. It's like literally like the game hasn't shown up, and I'm like, where is it? Last thing you bought on eBay was a 3060 Ti, and it never came. Hopefully you got your money back on that. Usually eBay is pretty good about siding with the buyer in most cases. Honestly, almost to a fault, because sometimes sellers get screwed over, and it's kind of unfortunate, but... Builder's Block Night when? That's a good question. That's a good question. It's the only time it's happened to you. The only time something hasn't shown up. They may have... I don't know. You never know with those things. It's like... Especially if the seller is like looks like they're new. It might be a scam. I'm gonna put this little stack back on the shelf. Okay. Next up, we got Buster Brothers Collection. This game's actually quite neat. I think it's a little on the uncommon side. This is published by Capcom, of course. Great game. I'd never played Buster Brothers before sampling this on the PS1 Roulette, and I really enjoyed it, so I picked it up. Arcade perfect graphics and gameplay. They boast 300 levels of power-ups and puzzles. It's got Super Buster Brothers, it's got Buster Brothers, and it's got Buster Buddies. A nice little collection here. Definitely a fun one. Let's add it. I think also developed by Capcom. I could be totally wrong on that. I'm just gonna put that there for now. It's not super important. We'll just fill it in. Why not? Next up, we got... Oh, God, of course. We got Crash Bash. We got Alan's copy of Crash Bash. Of fucking course. 15 bucks for this garbage. And someday here I'm gonna have to complete this. If I'm writing a review for it, I'm gonna complete it. I'm not gonna enjoy it, but I'm gonna complete it. NASA launching a rocket tonight. I did see that. More than a rocket. I saw the post in the Discord. That's pretty much all I saw. That's the only reason I was even aware of it, honestly. Published, or at least developed by Eurocom. I gotta give Eurocom some credit. I do, honestly, Eurocom is very hit or miss. I like a lot of what Eurocom puts out, but I also don't like a decent chunk of it, to be honest. Evan going to bed. Have a good night, Epic. Thank you for being here. Next up, we got Cubics, Robots for Everyone, Racing Robots. I must have gotten this really cheap. I don't know why I bought this. Because I spun this on the PS1 roulette and beat it like within a half hour. I guess I just wanted to fill out the PS1 collection. I don't think I paid much for this, but... A rocket sounds like a small one. I mean, I think rocket. I think giant spacecraft. Good old Cubics, though. Honestly, a fun little top-down racing game. It's not too shabby for what it is. It doesn't try to do anything super unique, but what it does do is just fine, you know? It gets the job done. Gonna get a new PC. How much would you spend to get something average? Honestly, for a computer, I know this is gonna sound like a lot, but I'd say about $1,000. If you want something that's gonna last and that's gonna actually work for you, that's probably what I'd say. When I built my computer, God, I bought my computer back in like 2014 or 2015. I'm still using the same computer, but I spent closer to $1,500–1,600. But it's been able to last me for years, hopefully years to come. I've had a couple parts go out on me, like a fan went out. The power supply's gone out once, but the nice thing about building a PC is that you can replace a lot of that stuff, you know. Nowadays, to play and stream, oh, for sure, no, you should spend more than $1,000. Yeah, it depends on your use case. If you're trying to stream PC games and play on the same system, yeah, you're gonna have to spend a little more. But if you're just looking for like a multi-purpose computer that you're not gonna stream on, I'd say about $1,000. I mean, things obviously vary, but good old Cubics. I don't remember who developed this. I'll look it up later. Blink coming in hot with the rain. Blink, how was the stream tonight? I think I saw you were playing some McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. Which I've sampled a little bit, actually. Hopefully you had a good stream. We are going through and trying to keep tabs on my... Why did I put NTSCJ? Nobody caught me on that. NTSCU. Oh, you were doing some backloggery. Nice. Yeah, it's perfect fit. Perfect fit. Welcome in, guys. Guys, if none of you here have watched Blinkum, I'm sure at least some of you have. But if you haven't, and I don't say this lightly, Blink is worth a follow. Genuinely. McDonald's is a banger. Mick and Mac on Genesis, not so much. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Breaks your heart when you watch a stream that openly professes being super chill and accepting, only to jump to the defense of a user that spews ableist slurs. Lovely. Yeah, that sounds horrible. Time to maybe not watch that streamer. Anyway, we're going through the PS1 library at the moment. I'm making a list of everything I own. We already went through all the 3DO games. Because the ultimate goal of this is I always get questions about, like, what's in my physical collection. So I wanted to make a list for that reason. And then also I'm thinking about doing, like, viewer request nights where people can pick games for me to play. Obviously, we have a little bit of that with the roulette and with the shuffler. But I figured, like, another way to encourage this kind of thing would be maybe just nights where people can choose games from the collection. Because not only do y'all get to choose what I play, but also I get to play games in my collection a little bit more and get some more value out of them, you know? So, we're currently in the midst of trying to get through everything. We got Distrega here on PS1. This game, I've done speedruns of this. I actually helped moderate the speedrun board for this. The entirely inactive speedrun board for this. Fun game, though. Super stupid. Kind of an arena brawler. with a lot of emphasis on ranged attacks, believe it or not. But this game is infamous for the cutscenes. It's just like an absurd story. Absolutely ridiculous. But a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing through this. I've played through it a couple times on stream. I definitely recommend it. Anybody that likes just a little taste of jank with an overall pretty damn good game for the most part, it's a fun one. Definitely recommend it. It is going up in price though, so I would say if you're curious at all and you wanna collect it, might be good to get it sooner rather than later. Just saying, I think when I paid for it, it was already like 40, 45, 50, somewhere in that range. Hey there, Scotch. Welcome in. It's on your short list. It definitely, I honestly think it should be on most people's short list. I think if you're into PS1 at all, it's a good one to have. Hopefully you're into fighting games. Kind of arena brawlers. Next one we got here, this is another great one. I think I'm saying all of these are great, but I mean, I bought them for a reason. We got Devil Dice on the PS1, another great puzzle game. PS1 has some really underrated puzzle games. I love this game. Dude, what is with Ninja's music requests and them being like super over the top? I mean, they're definitely not bad, but like, damn, this is going hard. Devil Dice, who developed this? I forget. Published by THQ. This is 1998. I haven't been putting the years on any of these. I'm doing a kind of a half-assed info dump here. Love fighting. There's a lot of good enjoyable fighting games on the PS1. I'll worry about filling out a lot of this later. I'm gonna take all night if we do this live on stream. PS1, the first system. No, we did 3DO before this. Got the whole 3DO collection listed here. Except for one game that the Stage 1 boss sent me, some Japanese porn game that I don't even know the title of. And I'm not going to play it on stream, so it doesn't matter. For obvious reasons. But yeah, we got through all of 3DO, and then no condition. Almost all these are long box. The only ones that aren't are Mind Teaser, which is another adult game. But the box for that's super rare. It's in the jewel case with a slipcover. That's probably as complete as I need it. I don't need the big box for it. It doesn't even come in a standard long box either. But yeah, the rest of these are all long box. Only other one that's not is Dr. Hauser because it's a Japanese game. And the Japanese games did not come with long boxes. But yeah, I only collect complete in the long box for 3DO. Okay. Another little stack of PS1. God damn. Just getting the good games left and right here. We got Die Hard Trilogy. This is one of my absolute favorites on the PS1. This is essentially, if you're not aware, 3 entirely different games all compiled together, each one based on a different movie in the trilogy. The first one is kind of a third-person shooter. The second game is like a light gun rail shooter. And then the third game is a mission-based driving mode. Excellent game. You basically get 3 games in one. I think I paid about 20 for this. I think that's still the going rate. 20, 25. Totally worth owning. Fantastic game. Highly recommend it. Childhood game. Yeah, I know a lot of people that have come in here that really enjoy it too, which makes me happy because it's a great game. I think this was 96. Yeah. And I also believe published, well, it's published by Fox. Who was the developer on it? Because this was made at the same time. Oh, by Probe, right. This was made at the same time as Alien Trilogy, which was also by Probe. And Die Hard Trilogy ended up being done kind of like by the B team of that studio. Which is funny because I honestly much prefer Die Hard Trilogy to Alien Trilogy. Kind of the irony of it. Not that Alien Trilogy's bad, it's just like not really my cup of tea, to be honest. Not a fan of super dark, moody FPS games that are a little cryptic. Next up, we got, man, solid games. Evil Zone, PS1. This is a 2-button fighting game. Made by Ukes. And published by Titus, of all people, in the US. I don't know why Titus got a hold of this. But don't be scared by the fox on the cover. It's a very good game. Very quirky, very, very Japanese. But a lot of fun. And surprising amount of depth for being what essentially is a 2-button fighting game. Essentially, all your moves are based upon combinations of those 2 buttons and the D-pad. And there's a surprising, like I said, a surprising amount of depth, all things considered. Definitely recommend this one. If you're at all into PS1 fighting games, definitely a must-play. Alright, I might change the music here. How long has this been playing? 25 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna switch the music up here. We're gonna go back to my PS2 chill. There we go. Little change of pace. Next up, okay. The era of bangers has come to an end. We got Excalibur 2555 AD. I bought this game for I think 25 bucks. On the back of the box it says, could well do for 3D action adventures what Tomb Raider did for 3D platformers. They tried to build this as like an alternative to Tomb Raider. It is very much not that, I will just say right now. This is one of the most unique 3D games ever, a really, really cool game. I will agree with the unique part of that. This game is admittedly kind of a mess. Very cryptic. Plays almost like, I mean, I'd compare it to a Legend of Zelda, kind of that adventure style of gameplay, but very cryptic. A lot of grab it, find an item, grab the item, go to somebody, get a different item, trade the item, rinse, repeat. There are some puzzles in this game that are pretty obtuse. I like the concept of it, but the execution was just a little lackluster, for lack of a better term. But definitely an interesting experience. Hopefully my stream of it convinced people that they didn't need to play it themselves. If I did one thing. It was quite the struggle. I think I used the walkthrough in a couple spots. Again, I wanted to like it. It's not an inherently bad game. It's a flawed one. That I may or may not ever play again. I don't know, it'll stick in the collection, because I have, as much as this game kind of bullied me, I do have somewhat fond memories of the streams of it, so. Ninja with a gaming quiz, ooh. Excalibur has that bargain bin jank you can't resist. Yes, absolutely. Get all the Pepe Le Pew hard eyes at the thought of it. Have you played it, Blink? It sounds like you've at least sampled it a little bit, or maybe you've seen it. I wouldn't recommend beating the game. I'll just say it that way. Unless you like really are willing to stick with it for the long haul. It's a little rough. Gaming quiz though, what do I got? We'll go with this one. Actually, give it a few minutes. I'm gonna go through the next 2 games. I'm gonna stay alphabetical. But next few games coming up, I have a question related to it. Haven't yet, just seems like a stream's worth of your time. Yeah, I would say maybe 1 stream. I think me beating it took, God, I don't even want to remember how many streams it took. 4 or 5, probably. It was like a good 20, 25 hour game. It was definitely longer than I anticipated. Next up, we got Fear Effect. This one's seen a little bit better days. This is one I bought from Double Jump. I think they shipped this out to me, and unfortunately, one of the spindles is like completely busted up. But the discs are in good shape. This is one I've been telling myself I need to play, but I just haven't. I bought this forever ago, 20 bucks. Seemed pretty fair for I believe this is a 4-disc game. This is a chonker of a game. I've heard very good things about it though. This and the sequel apparently are quite decent. Hey there, Comet. Yeah, no, I've heard very good things. I know a lot of people that are into them. I don't know if a remake would ever happen. The multi-disc cases get broken so easy. They do, yeah, especially when I have them ship it to me, which was probably a mistake, because I don't live super far from them, but it's far enough that I don't get to make the trek out there all the time. This was published by Eidos. Looks like developed by Kronos. I don't know if that's Kronos Interactive. I'll just put Kronos. Did I spell IDOS right? Yes. IDOS is just a weird looking word. I need to stream it. I do need to get around to it. I definitely do. That's probably the biggest challenge of my life, is trying to figure out what games to play first. And what games to play when. It's a constant struggle. Okay, next up we got another banger. Flintstones Bedrock Bowling. This is by Adrenaline Entertainment and published by South Peak. I think anybody that's watched me for any length of time already knows very well about this game. Kind of a cult classic within the greater retro community. I think Pete Dorr had a lot to do with that. I know he did for me, at least. Best bowling game. And it's not even really a bowling game. It's more like a downhill sledding game. Honestly, the bowling is probably the biggest misleading word in the title, you know? But it's a fun one. Best game so far, says Mecha. I know Mecha has a soft spot for that one. Only seen me play it a few times, to be honest. I kind of stopped playing it because it felt like it was starting to get a little played out. Plus, the speedrun was starting to get pretty hard to compete with. I do hold the record for PS1 on this, but the leaderboard is separated by console, and you can play this on a PS1, PS2, and a PS3. So I've conquered the PS1 record. I have not conquered the PS2 or PS3 record. The PS2 record is the one that's most contested, and that was pushed the hardest. And I've attempted a few times to try and get there. I think I hold third on that, if I remember right. Third or fourth. Don't quite remember. I guess we could look if I really wanted to. Since you've started watching, I haven't played it much. Yeah, I tend not to play it too often anymore. I did bring the card back for Bedrock Runs, but nobody's played it yet since I reinstated it. Let me just look. I'm curious what I have on the PS2 boards. Let's see. I have fourth. Shoot. Dang it. So yeah, easy all strikes. This is the most contested board of the entire run. Yeah, I got fourth place. Damn, I'm like 35 seconds off a third. Guessing you missed the question. No, I haven't asked it yet, Ninja. You're fine. You're fine. But yeah, if we go to PS1, I do hold the record there on easy and medium. I'm the only one that's done medium on PS1. Easy record there. We take those, you know? But yeah, no, I do like this game quite a bit. It's honestly way more fun than it has any right to be, considering it's really not that well made, but come on, it's Flintstones. It feels like a game you'd get in a cereal box, and I mean that in the most endearing way possible, you know? Okay. For the last of this first row, and this is the game I was going to ask the question about, Ninja, so you are just in time. This is Grid Runner, published by Virgin, but there is a pretty well-known, I'd say they're pretty well-known developer behind this game. They also did games such as The Simpsons Hit and Run, I believe. I hope I'm right on that. I'm fairly certain I am. So if you can name the developer, Ninja, you'll have a free pack in it for you. But Grid Runner is a great game. Really unique. It's kind of a mix between a puzzle game, a platforming game, and like a capture the flag style experience. I definitely recommend it. This one does not get talked about all that much, and it's a shame because it's actually very good. I need to stream this one again. I got pretty far in it when I initially streamed it, but I've yet to return to it. And I think Poop, 1-800-POOP now might run the board for that. Speaking of speed runs, let's find out. Poop does not. Okay. I know Poop was talking about maybe speedrunning it. I think he couldn't beat the game, and I couldn't beat the game either, so I don't blame him. It's a pretty tough one. It gets decently tough later on. Ninja's passing. Does anybody know the developer of Grid Runner? The big hint was saying they also developed Simpsons Hit and Run. I think that might give it away to some. Poop on the leaderboard? I don't believe so. Maybe I didn't click through all the categories. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the developer. They were decently prolific in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's not FromSoft. Although I like that guess. Have I played the Atari collection since I last streamed it? Not again, no, Zen4, no. I only did that Jaguar stream. I do plan on returning to it, but I don't know, that's only been what? That game released on Friday, right? Yeah, it's only Tuesday. Alright, nobody's got it. It's Radical Entertainment. I was really expecting somebody to get that, honestly. That's okay, we can't win them all. Alright, that's the first shelf of PS1. Let's grab another half stack. Chat let me down tonight. This is a very chill stream. This is probably the most chill stream I've done in a long time. So I don't necessarily blame anyone for lurking. Okay. Let's get back in. We are now on the H's. This is a personal favorite of mine. I know Mecca didn't care for this one, but this is Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone on PS1. I like these PS1 Harry Potter games. I know they're janky. I know they're not perfect. But I just find them to be really fun, chill adventure games. There are a couple moments in this that are kind of BS. The Gringotts level can burn in hell. Yeah, so for those that don't know, there's a Gringotts level in this where you're on, like, I don't even know what you'd call it. I mean, I guess it's kind of a minecart, but you can rotate in like 360 degrees and do these spins and shit. It's pretty insane. I don't know. I enjoyed the hell out of it, but do I like the Harry Potter movies? I do like the first few. They honestly kind of lose me in the later half. I just like the overall approach of the earlier ones better. Just like the tone. I don't know. I guess the thing with Harry Potter, right, is it kind of matured as the audience matured, and I don't know. I like the whimsy and the kind of more, I don't know, the happier tone of the first few. Which is ironic because I say Prisoner of Azkaban's my favorite. And that's kind of the beginning of dark Harry Potter, but no Grim Fandango. I don't think, is Grim Fandango on PS1? I don't think it is, unless I'm mistaken. I do not own GTA 2. No. I mean the first trilogy. What of Harry Potter? Yeah, I'd say. I mean, I like Goblet of Fire even. I think Order of Phoenix onward is where I kind of lost interest. This was developed, I believe, by Argonaut as well. Am I remembering correctly? Yes, it was. This is Argonaut. Hey there, D-Hat. Welcome in. How's it going? Argonaut Software. Again, Argonaut, I forgot that they'd done these Harry Potter games. But they also did, they did a few Disney games that were actually very good, like the Emperor's New Groove game. Quite good. Have I messed with the old GTAs? I sampled, I think, the first GTA on PS1, and it made multiple people in chat motion sick, and it made me motion sick. So, that wasn't great, but... yeah, other than that, not really, to be honest. Yeah, unfortunately the camera in some of those early ones are just rough. Next up, we got Hot Shots Golf. Fantastic golf game. Probably one of the best golf games on the PS1. Especially for 10 bucks. Hard to go wrong. This was a decently early title too, I think, right? I am wrong. 98. That's not that early. Good game, though, nonetheless. Now known, I believe, as Everybody's Golf. I think they kind of finally decided to go with a standardized worldwide naming scheme. Hot Shots Golf, AK better than Mario Golf. I don't know. I like both of them pretty equally. I don't know if I could really compare the two that close. I really enjoy both. It's hard for me to choose. They each have their own flair, their own flavor. I dig them both. I think they both deserve to exist. Second trilogy had the story go more mature simply due to Ron, Hermione, Harry becoming... oh, of course, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. It's a total personal preference thing. I know a lot of people like the whole Harry Potter series of films. I like most of them, but it's just, I don't know. They never captured the same magic of the first few for me. I'll always hold, and I think the first two being directed by Chris Columbus probably helps. I really love him as a director. And of course, Alfonso Cuarón doing Prisoner. Next up, we got Incredible Crisis, another absolute fan favorite of mine. Yes, I am probably one of the biggest Incredible Crisis fans out there. Love this game. Really unique, very Japanese minigame collection that Titus was ballsy enough to bring over here. So glad they did. This is also developed by Polygon Magic, who's done a few games that I really love, including a game that got left in Japan called Slap Happy Rhythm Busters. I really recommend that one. Fantastic fighting game. Not everything they've done is great, but a lot of it is. I think they did the game called Versus, or at least it came out here as Versus. I think in Japan it was known as Fighter's Impact. But yeah, that one was kind of underwhelming just because it was like kind of a lackluster fighting game. But on the whole, Polygon Magic tends to win me over. Am I excited for Hogwarts Legacy? Honestly, I barely know what that one is. Is that a new movie coming out, a game? I don't know. That's how out of the Harry Potter universe I am at this point. I believe it's a game, right? I'm pretty sure it's a game. I think I remember hearing about it. Yeah, all the Hot Shots games, I mean, I've only played the first couple, but the ones that I've played have been solid. Next up, we have a game I haven't even sampled. This is one of the few games in the collection that I've not even played. And that is Invasion from Beyond. I bought this purely because I was just on eBay, and I'd literally never heard of this game, somehow. Even though we watched the PS1 library video, I guess I missed it. But, yeah, this cover art alone sold me on it. And this was like 10 bucks, 10, 15 bucks, complete, in lovely shape. This is like literally mint condition. Like even the case, right? PS1 cases are usually just like butchered to hell. This is like, it looks like a brand new CD case. I don't know if the seller replaced it or what. I don't think they did. Because I can even see some of the sticker residue from the, usually there's like a sticker along the top. And I can see the residue from it. I think this is the original case. They just kept like immaculate care of it. But Invasion from Beyond, I've been meaning to play this one. Looks like a fun one. I don't know. I have a soft spot for games and media that have aliens. This was 1997. No, 98. King of the Jungle is the name of the developer. Kind of a cool name. And also published by GT Interactive, which they've done some cool stuff. I feel like GT gets kind of hated on. Or at least they're not really well regarded. I think they put out a lot of cool stuff on the PS1. They put out Bug Riders, The Race for Kings, which is kind of a unique. I mean, it's a bug riding game. It's a racing game where you ride bugs. It's kind of cool. They also published Rogue Trip Vacation 2012 by Single Track, the spiritual sequel to the original couple Twisted Metal games. I don't know. I think GT's kind of cool and they don't get a whole lot of praise. Next up, we got Jetmoto. We got Jetmoto 2 and 3, actually. These were sent in, I believe, by Games a Lot, which, thanks to Games a Lot. I haven't seen them today, but if you're lurking or you're watching the VOD, thank you. Really love the Jetmoto games. Jetmoto 3 is kind of janky. 2 is great. 2 is great. I still need to get the original. Yeah, Bug Riders is a great concept that I feel like maybe the execution wasn't quite there, but I don't know. It won me over. It honestly won me over. We got Jetmoto 2 and 3. I'm just going to put these down real fast. I believe Jetmoto 2 would have been Single Track, actually. Speaking of Single Track. Jetmoto 3 was 989 Studios, which gets slammed all the time. Because 989 was unfortunately a studio that kind of just had to pick up the scraps from other dev teams. They usually got brought in for sequels, unfortunately. And they always got a bad rap because they had to like basically pick up the pieces and make sequels from games by other developers. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for them, but I get why they get hate on. One day you'd like there to be a dragon racing game. That would be kind of cool. My mind immediately went to the Shrek Smash and Crash racing game, but that's not really, that doesn't really count. Let's be honest. Like Twisted Metal 3 and 4, don't really care what people say about them. I think 3 is the weakest of the PS1 games, but it's still a good game, and 4 felt like a decent entry, honestly, to me. So I don't know. I think they get undue hate, but you know, everybody's got opinions. What can you say? We got this one, this bad boy. I picked this one at PRGE last month. Land Before Time, The Great Valley Racing Adventure. I got this for less than $2. There's a sticker for $2 on the back, but I paid even less than that. I got it in a bundle. I think I got like 3 PS1 games plus Tekken 5, which Tekken 5 alone they wanted 15 for, and I got everything for 20. So basically got the PS1 games for less than $2 a piece, which they are filler. You'll see some of the other ones later, but come on, less than $2 for a game? Hard to argue. I will say, playing Great Valley Racing Adventure, I did not like it as much the second time as I had the first time playing through. It's still not a bad game. Honestly, the racing in the title is a bit of a misnomer. There is a racing mode, but a lot of this game plays almost like a Crash clone. You're going through these linear levels behind the camera view perspective and doing some platforming, really. Movie scarred you for life? What, Land Before Time? Yeah, they're kind of dark films for being children's films. I don't remember who developed this. Published by TDK, though. Next up, we got some of the OGs in chat will remember this one, Looney Tunes Racing. I don't think I've revisited this one in a long time, but this was another one of my early speedrun games. I no longer hold the record in this. They changed the boards on this pretty considerably. They went from RTA to in-game time, which makes submitting for this game a pain in the ass, so I just haven't gone back to it. But I really enjoy this game. This is actually a really good kart racer. The back of the box claims that Looney Tunes Racing might surpass Crash Team Racing as the best PlayStation kart racing game. That is a quote by GameFan.com. I don't agree with that at all. CTR is definitely better than this game, but this is a decent, like, if you've played CTR and you've played, I don't know, Speed Punk, some of the better kart racers on the PS1, this is like a decent, like, second tier kart racer. I would not put it on the level of CTR. That's kind of a joke, but it's a good game nonetheless. It's decent. That quote kills me, and it's part of the reason I love owning this, because I'm like, I never would have seen that quote otherwise, you know? This is developed by, I believe, Circus Freak. Some of these I just remember offhand. Published by Infogrames. Good game, though. I definitely recommend it. It's shot up in price a little bit. I think people are starting to realize this is actually one of the better kart racers on the system. Again, not top tier, but, like, decent. And I think people have started to pick up on this one. So, I do recommend it. I think it's still going for about $30. You know, it's affordable, but maybe get it sooner rather than later if you're looking to get it. Next up, we got Metal Gear Solid on the PS1. This is one that I had a time playing on stream. I'll just be honest. It is, I understand the hype behind this game. I really do. I don't think it's a absolute masterwork, perfect game, best of all time. It's definitely up there. But I had a couple minor complaints with the game. Metal Gear Solid, never heard of it. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid, what is this? But no, I do enjoy owning this. I'm glad I played through it. I cherish the experience. I'd give it a solid A+. It is a solid game, and it's unlike anything I've quite ever played before or since. Like I said, I get the hype, but I don't know. Kojima can be a weird guy. I'll just say that. Gotta respect the art, though. Dude clearly knows what he wants when he makes his games, which you gotta respect. You know, and he makes choices that may or may not pan out, but he's not afraid to make those choices, you know? You've got a signed baby from Kojima. You met the man himself. That is pretty neat. Yeah, even if I don't love everything he's ever done, I would still love to meet the guy. Next up, we got Miracle Space Race. This is by, we actually played one of their games recently. This is by, why am I blanking? What is their name? Miracle Designs? Is that right? They did Atari carts. And after Atari carts, they just made a whole bunch of racing games on PS1 and just, like, shit them all out. Honestly, not bad for what it is. It's very basic. I would recommend, if you need one of these, Miracle Space Race is probably the one. They also did ATV Racers. They did Rascal Racers, which is crazy expensive, and I don't recommend paying for that. But, yeah, they just pumped out a bunch of these. This is probably the best one, though. I think just in terms of the way it plays, the track designs, it's the best one. And it has the jams, of course. Hey, they're real. Had Kojima sign your baby to it eventually? Oh, what, the marker faded? That's a bummer. Haven't looked at it in a while. Keeping it safe in the container. You swear if it's faded, you're gonna stab someone. Yeah, no, that would be a big bummer to like lose a signature just from it fading. Yeah, no, that's never fun. What year did this come out? 2003. Super late release. I forgot it was that recent. Holy shit. PS1 game releasing 3 years after the PS2 was out. Had to make a quick buck on the PS. The poor kids that were stuck with a PS1 in 2003. Babies move around a lot, so it's bound to wipe off eventually. Damn it, real. Next up, we got Monster Rancher, which I sampled on roulette, and we ended up playing a few hours of it. I really liked it, and I've yet to return to it. I need to return to it. This game is honestly really enjoyable. If you guys are not familiar with it, the series, that is, you should be. It's a great series. Some people compare it to Pokemon, but it's not really Pokemon. You're basically raising monsters. It's more of a monster raising and training simulator more than anything. Next time you should make it a tattoo. Tattooing babies. I don't know if that's a good idea. Teach their own, Adam. Teach their own. This is 97. I forget who developed. Was it also developed by Tecmo? I think it was. I think it was just developed and published by Tecmo, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I need to revisit this one. Yo, Lehman, welcome in. Monster Rancher. Okay. Last one in this half stack. Man, I still got a lot of PS1 to get through. We got Motor Tune Grand Prix. Dior Saffron's lurking. I probably just woke him up. Lovely game. The sequel to a Japanese-only racing game by the same name. This is developed by Polys, who later became Polyphony Digital, who are probably best known for the Gran Turismo series of games. I think Motor Tune may have been the last game they made before moving on to Gran Turismo. I don't know that 100% for certain, but I believe that's true. Great game, and you definitely see some of the initial kind of concepts, initial kind of mechanics that would eventually show up in the Gran Turismo games. In fact, there's I forget what they call it in this. I think it's like Motor Tune Grand Prix X. There's straight up a mode in this that plays almost like a proto Gran Turismo. It's really cool. They gave up a great series for Gran Turismo. Yeah, I know, right? When is the next Motor Tune Grand Prix? Like, come on. Fucking slacking over here. I would love to see them do a new one. Now they're stuck doing Gran Turismo, which is a good series, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. This appeals much more to me than GT ever will. That's the end for that small stack. I need to go grab some more. So just give me a moment. Another big stack. You guys did choose like the biggest collection of mine. PS1 is, I think PS1 and OG Xbox are kind of neck and neck for the collections in which I have the most games for. I think both of them, I have about 60 to 70 games on each. Oh, and I'm not even counting, shoot. I probably have 60 to 70 just US PS1 games, not to mention, you guys can't see it, but I have a whole row there of just import PS1 that we also need to catalog. So yeah, a lot of PS1. It's almost like it's my favorite system of all time or something. Hard to believe. Next up, we got Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. This game's awesome. Come on, it's Need for Speed. This might be my favorite Need for Speed. I mean, there's some damn good ones, but this is definitely up there. Phenomenal game. The first Need for Speed PS1 entry that I actually sat through and played. And it's a lovely version. Definitely worth the hype. PS1 does have it all. I mean, it really does. Like, I don't know. I'm always finding, like, even though I think I have a good idea of what's on the library, like, I'm still finding constantly new games that are just, you know, like, and there's just so many games on this system that the developers took risks with. Like, you just don't see some of this creativity from, like, bigger developers anymore, which is kind of a bummer. Imagine the PAL stuff for PS1's pretty unmatched. If you want to talk about unmatched in terms of how bad they are, I'm gonna be honest. There are very few PAL PS1 games I've played that I would call good. I'm gonna be honest, but the library's huge. I'd say a lot of the US and the Japanese games are, a lot of the Japanese imports are just lovely. They're really good. But yeah, I don't know about PAL. I don't know, there's probably a few here and there. I'm probably not giving them enough credit. I believe this was also EA Canada. I'm probably not giving the Europeans too much credit, but PAL was just known as a dumping ground on the PS1 and the PS2. It's kind of sad. You know what? Actually, just for the hell of it, let's look up PS1 PAL. I've only played 29 PS1 PAL games. I'm a little surprised by that. You know what? Okay, Psychic Force 2 is pretty good, but that came out in Europe and Japan. That was decent though. Kreb, yours still looks amazing. Had to check to make sure the signature didn't fade. Real Bout Fatal Fury wasn't too bad. Toshinden 4 was not great, but kind of fun. Bloodlines, that was also by Radical. Kind of a follow-up to Grid Runner. That one was kind of unfortunate. Ghoul Panic, which came out in Japan as well. That one was fun. Vib Ribbon came out in Europe and Japan, not in the US. Dreams to Reality, that was a fucking mess of a game. That was certainly something. Tank Racer was actually kind of fun though. That might be the best PAL PS1 game I've played. Wacky Races was terrible. Truck Rally was stupid. Elemental Pinball was bad. Asterix and Obelix was also pretty bad. Yeah, I think honestly of the PAL PS1 games I played, I think Tank Racer was the most fun. Just honestly like kind of a fun idea for a racing game. There's some okay ones here and there, but yeah, no, PAL is usually, unfortunately, gets a bad name. A lot of just low budget projects on that system in Europe. Okay. Let's see what we got next. Ooh! A Ninja Shadow of Darkness, guys. Chat's favorite PS1 game. I still stand by liking this game. I know it wasn't everybody's favorite, but I enjoyed my time with it, okay? Nobody's gonna take that from me. Still one of my crowning on-stream gaming achievements, I'd say. Super proud of myself getting through it. Another core design game that is a pain in the ass to get through. Mainly because it has limited continues. That was probably the biggest issue with the game, was the fact that it forced you to replay levels and try to save as many continues as you could. Yeah, Dorian played through this, enjoyed it. I know he played through it recently. Dorian actually lent his copy to Dennis, Operation Parlov, so that he could beat it as well. So there's a few of us in retro that have endured Ninja Shadow of Darkness. My local GameStop might have a $35 pop-up green screen. Is that so, Krev? Hey there, Onion Ring. IKEA hat above all. I gotta wrap it. Gotta wrap the IKEA hat. But yeah, Ninja Shadow of Darkness. I take pride in the fact that I was able to beat that game. Still one of my crowning on-stream gaming achievements. Next up, we got an interesting one. This is No One Can Stop Mr. Domino. I just watched Sark, like, in the last week or two. Beat this game. I believe he RA mastered the retro achievement set. Honestly, just beating this game will be an achievement enough for me. I find this game incredibly difficult. I suck at this fucking game. But I love the concept, and I love the art style, and I want to like it. So I'm going to eventually force myself to get good at it and enjoy it. Is what I'm going to do. Published by Acclaim, but developed by Art Dink. They made a lot of really strange kind of one-off games on PS1 and beyond, I think. Definitely an interesting developer to look out for, Art Dink, if you've not heard of them. They put out some just like strange games that like nobody else would have even attempted to make. Hey there, Dino. What's going on right now? I am cataloging my physical game collection because I've yet to do so. So we're going through my entire collection. We went through all of my 3DO, and we're currently going through PS1. And I'm making a list of every game that I own, with the goal, hopefully, kind of twofold goal. Now when people ask me what I own, I can actually point them to something. And then also, I do want to do some viewer request nights. And I figured the best way to do that would be to just focus on games I already own. So that, you know, not only you guys get to pick games to for me to play, but I get to play some of these games in my collection a little more and, you know, get some more value out of them. Maybe one day I'm in Bubsy Land. I've been thinking about getting a green screen. I just haven't done it yet. Maybe someday here. A new early 3D PS1 style platformer that came out called Lunistis. I've not heard of that one. Can't wait till I get to my 10 Nintendo games. I own more than 10 just on Wii and Wii U. Don't worry. I mean, you're closer than you should be. I probably have about 20. You'd buy it for me, but shipping... Oh, yeah, shipping a green screen wouldn't make any sense. I do have one. I think it's probably just too big for my room. Yeah, I bought one when I was, like, really into video making, and I had it set up downstairs because I could actually set it up down there. I don't think I could set it up in here. I'd probably need a smaller one, specifically for this room, but... Next up, we got... This is one that Krebs sent in, actually. Speaking of Krebs sending things in. Panzer General. I have not sampled this one yet. This is a one-disc game, but it comes in a double pack because it had a pretty thick manual. This one is missing the manual, though. But this is by SSI. Pretty known for their kind of strategy games. Strategy, not a genre I typically mess around with, but eventually I'm going to have to play a lot of these games for the PS1 book anyway, so I better start getting into them. Was never going to play it. Thought I could maybe add it to my ever-growing collection. No, for sure. I want to try it at some point. I'm not sure how into it I'll be, but I'll at least, at the very least, sample it. This came out 98? 96. Bit of an early one. Okay. Next up, we got Perfect Weapon. This I bought at the same time as Time Commando, and both are super janky action-adventure games on the PS1. This one we have sampled, but I have not yet beat. Maybe someday here. But yeah, no, we sampled this one, and it's kind of a mess. But it seems like a mess that I would want to get through. I don't know, maybe I'll regret saying that. But yeah, I mean, come on, some good old PS1 jank. It's not really a PS1 collection unless you have some jank in there, you know? Next up, we got Peter Jacobson's Golden Tee Golf. This one is kind of got a reputation in at least this stream now because it's got a club roulette mode, which we like to do on our PS1 roulette. It's roulette within roulette. Honestly, a pretty fun golf game. Hey there, Jerby. Perfect Weapon has a funny quote on the back about the camera following you, does it? You're gonna have me looking back at it. Yeah, I might get through the rest of my US PS1 and maybe call it a day. This is definitely taking a little longer than I would have anticipated, but that's okay. I forget who developed and published it. I have that information somewhere. I'm not gonna worry too much about it right this second. Has a quote about the camera following you on the back of the box. Oh yeah, camera angles move as fast as you do. Says that on the back of the box. That's pretty funny. I don't remember the camera being super dynamic, but maybe I'm confusing this in Time Commando, because Time Commando had totally static camera for the most part. Or no, it would pan really slow, which really limited the player's movement quite a bit. Okay, next up we got Pro Pinball Big Race USA. This is actually a really solid pinball game. The Pro Pinball series, I would say, is arguably like the gold standard of pinball on PS1. Which isn't saying a lot, but I mean, hey, you take what you can get. Pro Pinball's actually pretty good though. Hey, there's Zombie Tread. Cataloging, how exciting. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I'm gonna presume you're not, because I've been having a fun time here. Those cars have a very familiar look. Yeah, they're very, like, anthropomorphized. Definitely, like, giving them, like, human features. You know, the yuppies can pay you. CEO of Twitch with the 550. Get some sugar daddies.
To the greatest streamer on Twitch.
Greatest streamer on Twitch. That's way too kind.
On that Taco Bell partnership as we speak.
If only the
Jag Gaming. Thank you for being an inspiration to all of Twitch.
If only the CEO of Taco Bell actually knew who I was. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that was Chris. Thank you for the 550. Very much appreciated. Looks like the taxi from Roger Ray. It kind of does. It looks, yeah, it definitely kind of does. The QT car platform. Oh, Tri-Rush Deppy. Yeah, it definitely does. And maybe Motortune. How's it going, Chris? Welcome in. What year was this one? 98. Who developed this? I don't remember. Not gonna worry. Was it Empire? I'll put that in later. Not a big deal. Next up we got... Oh, I love this game. Ray Tracers. I have played this on stream multiple times, all the way through. This is a great... very reminiscent if you played Chase HQ. This is kind of a full 3D upgrade to Chase HQ. I don't think... Was this Taito? I don't remember. I think actually it was Taito. It was. It was. So this is like a 3D kind of reimagining of Chase HQ. Somewhat a blend of a hybrid racing game, but also vehicular combat. You crash in at the end of each level. There's these bosses that you crash into and have to take down before you complete the level. A lot of fun. This is one of my favorite PS1 games. I actually played this before Chase HQ. I then like went back and played Chase HQ and realized what I was missing out on. Great game though. I absolutely love Ray Tracers, and this one I think is starting to go up a little bit. So maybe keep an eye out for it. It's definitely a really good one. Booked your hotel stays last night. Oh, nice. Very cool. Time to save and get ready for the trip. Very awesome. Really happy for you, man. Ray Tracers. Okay, Taito. Taito and published by THQ. I know THQ gets kind of a bad rap too. They published a lot of like really dumb licensed games, but this is, don't let the THQ branding fool you. This is a Taito game through and through. Next up we got Real Fishing. Had to pick this up. $2.99. You like THQ? I tend to like a lot of their stuff. I think they have kind of a bad rap though. Real Fishing. This is published by Natsume. I don't know who developed it. It may have also been developed by Natsume. I have not played this one yet. But I picked it up because it was super cheap and it looks really chill and kind of fun. And I do like my... Oh, this is Pack and Soft. 1996. Like the THQ Wrestling. Yeah, I've heard very good things about the THQ Wrestling games. Yeah, Chris is moving to Orlando, working at Disney World. Full time at the parks. Kreb hates Chris. No, Kreb, you're supposed to be happy. Be happy for our fellow working class individual, you know? Chris has been busting his ass. I hope that job works out for you, because I know you've been just, like, doing everything you can. You honestly deserve an opportunity like that. Next up, we got Resident Evil Director's Cut. This version has the DualShock support. I know this has, like, worse music, but it's the cheapest version of the game that I could get physically. And, honestly, trying it with DualShock would be kind of cool. I'll live with the maybe slightly worse music. I'll just have to deal with it. Definitely need to play this one. I maybe will play it like next October. I don't know. I thought about doing it this October, but I was making a point of not playing too many, you know, too many horror themed games because everybody else and their mother was. I'm sure that's gonna be true every year. So eventually, I'm just gonna have to do it. But I need to do live streams for Disney. Wait, what? Complimentary tickets? Yo, Chris, what? Yeah, live stream from Disney World? That'd be kind of sick. Yeah, I mean, it's Disney. I don't think Chris needs to worry too much about his job security though. I don't think the CEO is gonna have any say in that. I don't know, unless they just shut down the park or something crazy like that. Yeah, I'm honestly, Chris, I might have to hit you up. I mean, I believe Chris said he was gonna be a cast member on one of the other streams, if I'm not mistaken. Next up here we got RoboPit. I love this game so much. This game's phenomenal. This is by Altron, who I haven't played much else by them, but I want to look more into their catalog after this because I love this game. This is kind of a game where you put together your own custom robot, and then you have 2 arms which each have their own special weaponry, and then you battle it out. You duke it out 1v1 in arenas, and you, like, when you win, you get to steal other robots' arms. It's a lot of fun. This is one of my favorite kind of underrated PS1 games. It's just so unique, so fun. Highly recommend it. It's a little on the pricey side. I mean, obviously $30. It's a little pricey for something that's admittedly a little jank, but I really do like it. I think it's worth playing through. Performer costumes? No, Chris, you're fine, dude. You deserve some time. Underrated? What are the common complaints? I mean underrated just in the fact that it never gets talked about. It just doesn't get mentioned. I never hear anyone talk about this game. So I'm gonna talk about it, damn it. Play this one. It's worth it. Overlooked. I mean underrated, overlooked. I think most people use underrated when something doesn't get talked about all that much. I don't think that's a improper use of the word. Next up, we got Robotron X by Midway. Really like this game. Just quick pick up and play, arcade fun. Definitely recommend this one. It is a twin stick shooter, pretty much inherently, which makes it a little hard to play on a PS1. Because this does not have DualShock support. This came out before the DualShock existed. So you end up shooting with the face buttons, which is, you know, not optimal, but it gets the job done. Apparently the N64 port, allows you to use 2 N64 controllers. Like akimbo N64 controllers. So you have 2 analog sticks, which just seems insane. But maybe someday I'll have to pick up that version and try the akimbo N64 controller setup. Just absolutely mind-boggling that they thought that would make sense. But will I bring the IKEA hat to Disney World? I can. I need to play some Disney Kart Racer to celebrate. I could play through Magical Racing Tour again. That was a fun one. Or I could throw on some Mickey's Speedway maybe. Oh no, Dino, I'm fully keeping track of the combo. You're fine. I get what's happening. Next up, we got Rogue Trip Vacation 2012. I beat this one in the last few months. This was a pretty tough one to beat, honestly. Definitely kind of a struggle. But a good game. This is made by Single Track, who are known for the Twisted Metal games. After 2, they kind of splintered off to do their own thing. I think their contract with Sony expired or lapsed or something happened, and they ended up moving on. They did a couple games kind of in the same vein of what they used to do. This is one of them. They also did Critical Depth, which was like an underwater version of vehicular combat, which I was not the biggest fan of. I need to go back and beat it though. We did sample it. The live streaming kit that you sent me, Crow. That's right. I still have that. I still have it sitting in the room here. This was 1998. Good old Single Track. And published again by GT Interactive. Essentially what happened after Single Track left Sony, I think GT Interactive bought them out. So a lot of the games post the Sony merger were published by GT Interactive. And then eventually I think GT lapsed or something, or they went out of business. And then I think the only game they made after that was that unfortunate Animorphs game that was really not that great. So, kind of ending on a bum note, but it happened. What does chat want? IKEA Kyle at Disney, Kyle Chris duo at Disney, Jank Kyle at Disney, taste testing at Disney. You guys how expensive the food at Disney World is? I don't know about taste testing. It would be fun though to actually go back there and get to enjoy Chris's cast member shenanigans. Next up we got Running Wild. I love this game. This is an on-foot racer by, I am blanking on who developed this. Was this 989? Oh shit. No, I think 989 published this one. From the producers, they even go as far as to claim that this is from the producers of Crash Bandicoot. Doesn't really play like Crash Bandicoot. I mean, I can see why they wanted to use that on the cover art. Try to get those sales. I get it. But it doesn't really share that much with Crash. I mean, I guess sort of. You got anthropomorphic animals and kind of linear tracks, but this is much more a racing game than a platforming game. There's a little bit of platforming, but not a whole lot. Not a big emphasis. 1998. I want to say this was by Blue Shift. Blue Shift Studios. And published by 989. You could do all 4, honestly. We'll see. We'll see. We'll keep things flexible, open. They should have added Crash to it. It would have been cool to have Crash as a playable character in Running Wild. Yeah, definitely a missed opportunity on that. Okay, that's the end of that shelf. I got one more shelf of US PS1. I think this shelf still has some good stuff, but I seem to recall there's a decent bit of jank toward the end of my library. He goes, Chris could throw him around and be a guy that could eat some food. I wear the hat. Not sure what jank Kyle is, but that too. We'd figure out a way to incorporate it, of course. Okay. So we got, this is the first half of the last shelf, PS1. And I got a couple stray long boxes we got a catalog. This one is Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. It's actually a decent Crash clone that I did add to my kind of pre-approved RA list. Honestly, had fun with this one. It's not perfect. It's got a little bit in the way of wonky controls, but on the whole, it's like I said, it's a pretty fun, decent Crash clone. Jank Kyle is shaved and bald. I mean, I can do that. I've honestly been thinking the last little bit about just chopping the hair off. At a certain point, it does get a little unwieldy. This was, I forget who developed this. Artco, that's right. Artco, what a name for a developer. I think it's Artco Ltd. And then published by THQ. This was, I think, a somewhat late release. 2001, yeah, pretty late. Gonna miss long haircut. I mean, I haven't done anything yet. I keep telling myself I'm going to, but I haven't, so. Who knows when or if it'll actually happen, but. It's been a thought. It's been a thought in my mind. Feels good to cut it. Yeah, and I was looking back cause Matt messaged me earlier and he's like, I was watching your Smurf Racer speedrun earlier today, and I'm like, I don't know, I look so clean cut by comparison. I'm like, yeah, maybe it's time to go back to that. Next up, we got Sesame Street Sports. Honestly, they call this Sesame Street Sports. It's honestly more of a, it's kind of more of a racing game, like an on-rails racing game. Pretty linear racer. But you're not racing against anyone. You're just kind of getting through these maps. It's a fun, dorky little game, I'm not gonna lie. It's, there's not much to it, but I enjoy it for what it is. By Real-Time Associates. For what is essentially supposed to be a little kid's game, it's there's some fun to be had. There's some fun. Shoot. Got these stacked the wrong way. I almost just dropped a whole stack of PS1 games. Luckily, I saved at the last second. Okay. Next up, we have Sheep. The only reason I own this is because one of my friends, I was shopping at Double Jump in person, and I brought a friend along with me, and he's like, "Yo, you gotta buy Sheep." I don't even think he knew what it was, and I'm like, you know what? Based off the cover art, I'll go for it. I'll go for it. It's not a very fun game. I mean, it's not for me. I honestly don't think it's a bad game. It's just basically the entire. It almost plays a little like Lemmings, where you're just managing a whole bunch of. You know, instead of Lemmings, you're managing sheep and trying to get them through a level. It is in a 3D space though. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of this one. The most fun that Sheep is when you play like the 2-player mode, because there's like a sheep soccer game. It's actually pretty fun. I did like that mini game, but I mean that's kind of a side game compared to the rest of it. Lemmings was peak stress when you were 10. Yeah, Lemmings can be rough. Lemmings doesn't mess around sometimes. Haven't cut your hair in about a year. It's been longer for me. I haven't shaved or cut my hair in forever. And it's very apparent. It's very apparent. Next up we got, like I said, what did I say? There's a lot of jank toward the end. Shrek Treasure Hunt. Cause goddamn Shrek Treasure Hunt. Of fucking course. We did beat this game recently. I don't recommend anybody beats it.
It's not a tumor.
I don't know. I think I got a tumor playing this. I'm not gonna lie. It's a rough one. I don't wish this game on anyone. This game came out pretty late in the PS1's life. Yeah, 2002. And this is by the Code Monkeys. Who the only games by the Code Monkeys I believe I've played have been this and Simpsons Skateboarding, which is actually somehow worse than this. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. How's it compared to the GBA game? What, GBA Shrek game? There's a lot of GBA Shrek games. I don't know. I don't know which one you're referring to. There's quite a few. Crab with the chug. Okay. Simpsons Skateboarding is by far the worst Simpsons game. Oh, it totally is. It totally is. Anybody that says Simpsons Wrestling's the worst has not played skateboarding. And I find wrestling fun. I'm still looking for a copy of Simpsons Wrestling, personally. Okay. Silver, pink, gold, any other, colors of cups. I do have a blue one that I typically use. Yeah, no, I have a whole bunch of the colors of these. These are really nice. I don't know where these are inherited from my parents. I don't know where they got these. They're super nice though. Nice like aluminum cups. Not sponsored. Should be though. Had some fun with it when you played it. Yeah, honestly, I enjoy the hell out of Simpsons Wrestling when I throw it on. I think you have the side scroller with Farquaad on the cover. Is that like Hassel in the Castle or something? Something like that. I think that might be the one. Sponsored by Cups, if only. Next up, we got Skydiving Extreme. This game's actually quite good. It's not perfect. It's pretty basic. But for those that don't know, this is by the Metro Corporation, who, if that doesn't ring a bell, they did the Bust a Groove games, and this is essentially a Bust a Groove game. It's essentially a rhythm game in which you're skydiving. Honestly, the gameplay is almost, I'm not gonna say identical, but it's really close. And for a cheap, I mean, this was $4.99 for a cheap PS1 game. I played through this all the way through on stream. Had a lot of fun with it. I could see myself playing through it again. Decent, cheap PS1 title. I would recommend it. If you like, you know, the Bust a Groove style of gameplay. I know it's not for everybody. Like that I like that game and not no. I didn't say I disliked No Mercy. I just wasn't gonna play all the way through it. I think honestly the emulator didn't do it favors either. That didn't help. This was 2001. Yeah, skydiving rhythm game. Not something you thought you'd ever hear. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty good. I should specify. It's not really a rhythm game. You just it gives you a bunch of button prompts and you have to put them in like as quickly as you can. So it's similar to Bust a Groove, but you don't technically have to do it in a rhythm. It's just that's kind of the closest kind of gameplay style I can compare it to. Because I haven't really played anything else like it, to be honest. But yeah, really cheap in the, I think the Japanese version is known as like Aerodive or something. It got a different name in Japan. I think it's even cheaper for the Japanese copy, but hard to argue for a $5. I bought it because it had the Natsume publisher name on it. And I'm like, almost anything Natsume is going to be good. It's a QTE game, yes. Yes, there you go. Look them up, you'll leave them here. Underrated adjective, rated or evaluated too low. Underestimated or undervalued, overlooked, not noticed. I mean, yes, they're technically different. I didn't realize we were getting into semantics tonight, but okay. I stand somewhat corrected. I think most people though would use underrated in terms of games that are overlooked. I think people use them synonymously. Next up, we got Sled Storm. Great game by EA. I forget who developed this, but this is probably this is honestly one of my favorite racing games on the system. I've played through this twice on stream now. Have fun with it every time. It's about 15 bucks. Definitely can recommend it for that price. A lot of variety in terrain. I will say the one thing in this game that maybe is a little lackluster is its implementation of headlights. The lighting models for this are not great. The headlights look a little off. And the way it lights up the environments is, like, clearly they're doing some trickery to make it work, and it's pretty obvious it's not running super well, but other than that, I mean, this is a very lovely looking game, and it plays great. PS2 Sled Storm's real. You know, I tried the PS2 Sled Storm, and I was really disappointed by it. It did not capture me the same way that this one did. I thought I was gonna like it. I ended up not really caring for it. I'm glad you liked it. I don't know, maybe I just had an off day that day, I don't know. It did not wow me. It didn't win me over the way I was hoping it would. I think that's the best way to collect old stuff, because you've heard the same from music collectors. It's not about finding the biggest, best ones. It's finding about all the ones you can and trying them all. I mean, there's no right way to collect, I don't think. I totally understand when people collect purely like the highest regarded games, movies, music. You know, they just collect like the classics. I understand that approach. But I don't know, sometimes just taking a chance on a game is a really fun time. And I mean, that's kind of what spurred the whole roulette formula for me. Because it allows me to try even more games than I could possibly ever buy. Admittedly, I need to slim down my vinyl collection a bit, because I used to buy vinyl that way too. I just like take chances on stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that I don't really need to own. Especially because I just don't spin my records, honestly, enough to own some of this stuff. But, yeah, no, sometimes you get surprised, and you're just like, man, that was worth it. That was worth it. Oh, I definitely think taking a chance is part of the fun. 100%. But there's also ways of doing that now that don't require you buying said game or said movie or said record, right? The internet allows you to sample a lot of the things that you otherwise would have had to pay money for. Next up, we got Smurf Racer. There was actually a game that came out today, I believe, on Switch called Smurf's Kart. I almost bought it. but I didn't because I'm like, you know, it's probably gonna be a one-stream game. They wanted $50 for it. I might wait till it goes on sale or something. But the Smurf Racer game was one of the first speedruns I did. And I still hold the record for this. And I'm really proud of that run. That was one of my early runs that was really, really good. I really worked hard to get there. I bet trying to run it now I'd be terrible, but I'm glad I was able to do what I did. Smurf Racer's sick. It's fun. I mean, it's not a great racing game. It's not one of the best kart racers out there, but I don't know, for like a decently budgety game, it's not too shabby. Just ignore DMCA and play my record. I don't know about that, Adam. I like people being able to watch the VODs without them getting muted. You know, otherwise I probably wouldn't be too worried about it, but that's the biggest downside. I'm like, I like people being able to watch the VODs if they miss the stream. It's way better than it has any right to be. I mean, I think when I initially rated this, I gave it about a C, which I still kind of stand by. I mean, yeah, no, it's definitely better than you'd think it would be, but I don't know. Maybe I need to throw it on again. I do appreciate this game for what it is. I definitely do. But even at the time that I was like speedrunning it, I had a hard time saying like it was like amazing. Especially when it sits in my collection next to Speed Punks, which is probably the best kart racer on the PS1 that's not CTR. This would be my number 2 pick if I had to choose one. This would be it. Love this game. This one is, if you've not played this and you're into kart racers at all, this is like a must play, if you ask me. 100%. This is by, oh shoot, what's their name? I think Funcom Dublin developed it. Pretty good developer. I've played a couple of their games. Would playing my own music at a DMCA? No. But playing like records that I own that I don't spin, you know. Just because I own the record doesn't mean I own the rights to play the records on stream. Yeah, no, I would spin my records, but it would also, like, it would kind of kill the flow of the stream. I already have enough. I mean, this is a pretty chill stream compared to what I normally do, but, you know, with the average, like, roulette stream or shuffle stream, it would be kind of hard to keep track of putting records on and off on top of that. But, yeah, no, you know, I would do something like that occasionally. No, that's totally how rights work. Ask those crypto bros that bought Dune. What, they thought they bought the movie? That's kind of absurd. Was this published? This was published by Sony. Shit. I forgot about that. Sony themselves published this in America. That's how you know it's good. People just argue about the music the whole time. Yeah, that would be a whole other topic of discussion that I think would, yeah, probably get spurred, right? Yeah. Be like, I like this or I don't like this. We should change the music. We already have enough of that with the games I play. You know, it's enough of a hard time getting everybody to agree on the games, let alone the music. They bought the production Bible to the original Dune, and thus thought they could make their own movie with it. Wow. So Discord streams playing records for people. I've thought about doing that. I wasn't sure if there was a demand for it. I mean, I'd considered it. Maybe I will try something like that here. Next up, we got Star Wars Masters of Terras Cassie. I bought this at PRGE last month. Bought this for $12. Money well spent, if you ask me. I've played this one probably at least 3 times on stream. To various degrees. I always have fun with this game. I know it's not good. It's not a good fighting game. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a good fighting game. It's not. But I have fun with it when I play it. So what can I say? If you like bad fighting games, I can recommend it. Is that fair? I think that's fair to say. Genuinely think. That's my review. I forget who developed this. I won't worry about it. Published by LucasArts, of course. It may have been honestly developed by LucasArts as well. I think it might actually. Money well spent when talking about a game that isn't the Star Wars fighting game people ask. It's not the Star Wars fighting game I would have asked for, but I'm glad it exists. No, I mean, Dino, a lot of people hate on this game unfairly. Like, have you played it? Probably not. I enjoy it for what it is. I don't think it's the horrible F-tier trash that's not even worth playing that people seem to make it out to be. Does PS1 maybe have the most so bad they're good fighting games? It might. It might. It's definitely up there. I don't know. N64 has quite a few, but not nearly the same volume, I think. Next up, we got Starwinder, the ultimate space race. This game's quite cool. It's very unique and interesting. It plays in a first-person perspective, and you are racing essentially in these space tubes. Is probably the best way to call them. Very unique. I think I saw APOC streaming this. I forget if I played it before he did. I may have found it because of APOC, but this is a really unique one. I'd recommend checking it out if you kind of like weird, quirky racing games, especially like, you know, space theme racing games. The cover art also is amazing. This game is decently cheap too, so I don't know. Almost for the cover art alone, it's pretty dope. But I actually like the game as well. I think it's decent. Not great, but decent. Starwinder, the ultimate space race. Cover looks like a DOS game and a good... Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen some DOS games that kind of have this kind of artwork. I mean, just like the hand-drawn style looks incredible. Not really reflective of how the actual game looks, but who cares, right? When the artwork's so good. This is a decently early PS1 game. 1996. Hey there, Hex. Do I have Einhander? I do not own Einhander on PS1. I'm looking to get a copy of that. I might end up buying the Japanese version, not only because it's cheaper, but because it has unlimited continues. I have played through it, though. I just don't have it in my collection. Unfortunately, maybe someday. Maybe someday. We got a few more in this stack, and then I got about, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks. Or 15 bucks. Got money on the mind. 10, 15 games after this. Got some long box games too. Next up, we got Streak Hoverboard Racing. This is also by Single Track. This is one of the few non-vehicular combat games they made. This was while they were with GT Interactive. This game left me a little lukewarm. I'm not sure it's worth 10 bucks. I'd probably say if it were more like 5 to 7. It'd probably maybe be worth a pickup. 10's a little steep, I think. But that being said, it's not bad. It's just a little on the mediocre side of things. I feel like they could have done more with the concept. But I did play it on stream. I did enjoy it for what it was. Yeah, Einhander US version is what? Over 100 bucks? It's expensive. The Japanese import version is still like in the double digits, but it's, you know, it's not quite to the 100+ mark. Einhander was only 15 on Suru for a bit. You snagged one, gotta hold on to it. Put it on eBay for 50 and somebody grabbed it. Damn. Mindscape making out like a bandit on that one. Catalog Nights do be lit. Hey there, Jedi. I never got a response. Who was it? Somebody's like, Catalog Nights. Oh, fun. I'm like, yeah, they're being sarcastic. What can you do? I'm like, I don't, at that point, like, I'm like, why do you even bother? Why do you even bother to comment? It's like, just don't show up. If it's not something you're into, don't show up. How's it going, Plaxel? Welcome in. I think it's more like 2025 now. It's still cheapish. I mean, yeah, for a Japanese import, I mean, that's perfectly acceptable for me, honestly. For a game of that caliber, too. Next up, we got Street Skater on PS1. This came out actually before Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Unfortunately, by the time the sequel was out, Tony Hawk was already out. And Tony Hawk makes this look pretty lame, I'm not gonna lie. But I enjoyed the hell out of this. I don't know, I found it to be somewhat janky fun. I remember during my playthrough of this, there was someone in chat that had got this instead of Tony Hawk. I could understand being pissed at this game. If that happened to you. I could totally understand that. But I mean, this game is a budget game now. It's a little more linear than a Tony Hawk, which I kind of like. There's a little bit of an emphasis on racing, a little bit. It's still mostly a sports game, but I don't know. I find this game fun for what it is. Again, not perfect. What's cataloging? Yeah, I'm taking inventory on my collection here, partially because I want to start doing viewer request nights, and for that to happen, I need to have a list of the games I own so people can choose from them. See, that's what we're doing here. Well, welcome in, Plaxel. Got Battle Tank sealed for $1. Hard to argue with a sealed video game for $1 in this day and age. It's you have a hard time finding games under $5-10, right? Unless they're like shovelware trash, you know? I believe this was a 90... Was this 96 or 97? Holy shit, 99? What? Is that right? Is Bedrock Bowling... It is in my collection, so therefore on... Again, I'm going to be doing, like, special... I haven't totally figured out all the kinks with it yet, but I'm probably going to be doing special viewer request nights. And I'll get the details of that figured out. But part of what I needed to do in order to enable that was to have a list of all the games I own. So we're working toward that now. This is definitely a bigger project than I was expecting, but we'll get there. Okay, last in this stack is the original Siphon Filter, which I've overall heard good things about. I've heard some mixed things, but on the whole, I'd say this game is decently well regarded. It's got some jankiness to it, I've heard, but been meaning to play this one for a while now. Picked it up for only $8, which I figured was a pretty fair price for that. I know this game has its fans too. I'm expecting to enjoy it. But we won't know until I try, right? Oh my god, this is by the same developer as Bubsy. Eidetic. I actually forgot that was the case. They made this after Bubsy. Well, let's hope it's less janky than Bubsy. Do I have X-Men versus Street Fighter? You know, I don't. I'll probably end up picking that up on Saturn. I'm looking to get a Sega Saturn soon. I'll probably just get that version, because I think for most of those Capcom fighting games, it's pretty well regarded. Like the Saturn versions are usually like the ones to get. Let me grab my last stack of CD PS1 games here real quick. Siphon Filter is the game that puts Sony Bend on the map and is regarded well, I assume. Yeah, no, I've heard overall pretty good things about Siphon Filter. All the Capcom versus games are worth playing. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're incredible fighting games. Plaxel, BRB, getting some mac and cheese, no worries. Someday we'll see Street Fighter 30th played. I'm literally gonna hear this every day until I play it, aren't I? That's the Kyle curse at this point. We got Tekken 3. Solid $20 spent here on this one. Love Tekken 3. I still don't have Tekken 1 or 2 on PS1, but I've been meaning to pick them up. This is the best one. I mean, let's just be real. At least the PS1 games. It's probably, many would probably argue it's one of the best Tekkens ever made. I would definitely agree. I don't know if it's the best. I haven't played them all. But lovely game. Absolutely lovely game. It's not your fault Capcom and Street Fighter get brought up so often. I mean, you don't have to, like, twist the knife every time, though. Like, listen, if I could just do whatever the hell I wanted every stream, I mean, I probably would. But, I mean, there's so many... I mean, look at it, just... My shelf is cut off. I mean, even like this one shelf. Look at how many games I got. You know, like I can't keep up with everything. It's impossible. The unfortunate reality of being a retro game collector and variety streamer. It's like hard to play everything. The goal is to. The other problem is I'm always looking for new games too. You did mention it's hands down your favorite collection, possibly. It will get played, Ninja. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I guess I just gotta play it here one of these days. You're not gonna believe me till I actually do it. I'll play it on my 30th stream anniversary. It will get played. Next we got Time Commando. This one I have beaten. I did write a review for this one. This is a janky as hell game. I think I gave this a D or a D minus. This game, I honestly don't recommend this game. Especially if you're gonna try to beat it. Maybe if you want to play it just to laugh at it for like 10-15 minutes, go for it. But yeah, no, if you want to try and beat this, good luck. I can almost guarantee you'll probably want some cheat codes if you try to beat it. It was a pretty rough beat for me, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, no, this is one of them early PS1 just absolute jank fests. It's up there. It's probably one of the I can respect what they were going for, but it's just not quite done right. Not quite done right. That's most yeah, I think most gamers buy more than they can play, or their backlog is just huge. Hear me out. I'll know it's a one and done anyway. I will get to it. I don't know how many times I can say it. I'm like, bruh, let me breathe. I'm juggling so many things right now, you know? I try to make it all work. We'll get there. Okay, next up we got TNN Motorsports Hardcore 4x4. I picked this one up because it was a racing game and it was only $2.99. It's honestly not great. I don't know if I mean, I might throw this on again a few years from now. I played this within the year, I think. Not perfect by any means. I see why it's $2.99. You're talking about Symphony of the Night? Yeah, I don't own Symphony of the Night. That game's too expensive for my blood. But I have completed it. I did play through it on stream. It is a lovely game, don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's a little too rich for my blood. And I know I'm not gonna play the game for a long time. Maybe if I go to play it again, I'll pick up a copy, but that probably won't be for a while. I'm an e-girl. I don't get paid like an e-girl. What the hell, guys? Get the greatest hits version. Yeah, honestly, for a game like that, I'd be willing to settle for a greatest hits version. I mean, I obviously prefer getting Black Label, but I have a couple greatest hits in my collection. It's not a big deal. Next up, we got... I actually really like this game. This is Tomorrow Never Dies. James Bond. This one was $7.99. This is one of my favorite action-adventure games on the PS1. Of course, the back of the box has to have a screenshot from the skiing section. I absolutely love that part of the game. This game is not perfect. This is by Black Ops Entertainment. It's not a perfect game, but I enjoy the hell out of it whenever I play it. I know it won't be for everyone, though. Don't take my recommendation as gospel. Try it for yourself. You may or may not like it. I can't guarantee, you know, your mileage will vary. I'll say that. Hey, there's Sting. How's it going? It was cool. I enjoy it. It's not for everyone, though. I've talked to some others that didn't care for it, and I fully understand that. Okay, we're almost done with our CD PS1 games here. I should say jewel case PS1 games. Next up, this was a pickup from PRGE. Twisted Metal 2. Fantastic game. What needs to be said? Nothing. If you haven't played Twisted Metal 2, what are you doing? Probably the pinnacle of car combat games. Yeah, I do. I'm getting to that one, Plaxel. We'll get to that one. I don't own Toomba. I actually didn't like Toomba. I love the art style of Toomba. I didn't like playing Toomba. That is a game I'd much rather watch other people play. Just to be perfectly blunt. I'll fully admit that's a me issue. But it's a lovely looking game. Tomba is like I don't know. Would we consider it a platformer? It's kind of an objective mission-based platforming game. I remember there's like a haunted house sequence in the first game a couple hours in, and I just got stuck, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I looked at a walkthrough. The walkthrough didn't help. It bummed me out because I really wanted to enjoy it, but maybe I'll give it another try here someday. David Jaff's just a chill dude. Very true. A legend. Next up, we got Jungle Book Rhythm and Groove. Or as the spine says, the reason it's toward the end is because it's Walt Disney's Jungle Book Rhythm and Groove. This is actually, it's a really basic rhythm game, but it's honestly a lot of fun. I enjoy the hell out of this game. Got a bunch of the great songs from the Jungle Book. And it plays kind of like a DDR. And it has some cool like power-ups that you get throughout the gameplay that kind of spice it up a bit. Very easy game. It's really easy to beat, but you know, difficulty aside, just play it for the jams. Twisted Metal versus Vigilante 8. I mean, I'd take Twisted Metal over Vigilante, but that's not to say that Vigilante's bad by any means. It's just if I have to choose one, I'm choosing Twisted. Fuck Jungle Book in any variant of it, especially though Jungle Book on Game Gear. Plaxel, play this version. It's like one of the easiest games I've ever played in my life. I'm not even kidding. Don't let the Game Gear game ruin any version of Jungle Book. You could beat this in less than an hour. No problem. On the hardest difficulty, I can guarantee. One of the easiest games I've ever played. Okay. Get those all sorted there. Less than an hour adds to the list. Yeah, it's a really quick beat. Where's my hyper scan? I don't own one. I'm not gonna waste my limited cash on a hyper scan. Next up, we got War Games DEFCON 5, or excuse me, DEFCON 1. This I picked up because I played it on the shuffler and really liked it, and I've yet to played it on roulette. I've yet to return to it, but this game was pretty cheap. It was like 10 shipped. So hard to argue with some war games. What's my end goal for collecting? I don't have an end goal. I guess for every console that I'm intrigued by, have everything I'd like to own, but I don't know. There's still a lot of games I'm after. Hopefully someday I can complete, you know, the 3DO game collection, you know, get all the 3DO games I want. PS1 is just such a huge library. I don't think I'll ever own not even every PS1 game, because I wouldn't be insane enough to buy every single PS1 game, but even all the games I want on PS1, I don't think. That would be quite the task. A museum, I don't have any plans of making a museum out of my collection. Because I don't think I own anything that's like a one-off, you know? I mean, I do feel like I'm preserving some things. Especially the 3DO long boxes. I think those are the ones I take the most pride in. Because those long boxes, like, there aren't many copies of a lot of those out there anymore. Because they're in these giant cardboard boxes that either got thrown away or crushed. So I don't know, maybe I have a one-off in here? I doubt it, though. I doubt it. I don't know. I mostly collect just from my own personal pleasure. What the hell are we doing? Chrono Trigger on PS1 with anime cutscene? Wait, what? You know, I have Chrono Trigger. I think I have a friend of mine gifted me it on Steam, but I don't have the PS1 version. Okay, next up here we got. This has a bit of a story to it. I still haven't seen Games tonight, but Games sent me the weakest link, and he sent me a rabbit's ear with it, and because I played this on stream, and there was a question about this part of a rabbit that was lucky, and I said rabbit's ear, and apparently it's rabbit's foot. I don't know, it was fucking stupid. The game's good though, the game's great, This is one of the best game show games I've ever played. And for some reason, it's on the PS1 and it's Weakest Link. This is actually developed by Traveler's Tales. They did a great job. It captures the essence of the show great. It's a lot of fun. I've played it a few times on stream. It's a vibe. One of the, like I said, one of the better game show games I've played. Yeah, Weakest Link was really big in Europe. I don't know if we ever got it here in the US. I wasn't super familiar with it before this game, but I really liked it. Really, really enjoyed it. If you want a game show game on the PS1, Weakest Link is one of the first ones I'd recommend, honestly. Yo, hey there, Sparrow. Traveler's Tales, and published by Activision. Cataloging. Whoops. What, I didn't put the U? That's the second time somebody's called me out for not putting a U in. Isn't that a European thing? I'm pretty sure in the US, at least in America, I've spelled it the correct way. That's down to personal preference, if you ask me at that point. Okay, next up we have, speaking of game show games, I got Weakest Link and Wheel of Fortune right next to each other. This is a decent version of Wheel of Fortune, although we've played the N64 version since, and I do prefer the N64 version. But this is still a solid version, solid entry of Wheel, and it's super cheap on the PS1, literally $2.99. Hard to go wrong with that. Aluminum, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, do I need to say aluminium again now? I mean, again, just personal preference. I forget. Was this? Yeah, this was Artec. My memory's a little too good with some of these developers. I'm like, why do I remember that Wheel of Fortune was by Artec Studios? If there was a Jeopardy for specifically game developers and just like game history in general, I'd probably actually do all right. Okay, Wheel of Fortune. Last few here. Last few, and we got, dude, all the game show games right next to each other at the end of the alphabet. We got Who Wants to Be a Millionaire 2nd edition. I've actually gotten the million on this game a couple times. And it's funny, because you get the million, and Regis is like, actually, it's not, you don't actually really get the million. Which is kind of a cute way to handle it, because it's, you know, obviously a video game. Nice to have that little self-reflexive bit there. Where's the eye on my IKEA? It's getting cut off. Oh, there's a seam right there. I never noticed that. There's that better. Now you get the full IKEA logo. Yeah, Weakest Link, Wheel of Fortune, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. All back to back. What are the odds? I guess, you know, it's easy to get these all together because there's not a lot of games that share W's for the beginning of their titles. I don't remember exactly who developed and published this. I'm not going to worry about it for now. Are all the other major game shows... I don't have Family Feud. That's the only big one I can think of that I'm missing. There's probably a couple others on PS1 that I can't remember off the top of my head. Jeopardy I don't own. Honestly, I wasn't a big fan of the PS1 Jeopardy. Mostly because it kicked my ass, and I realized how bad at Jeopardy I was. I think that was the main reason I didn't care for it. Like, damn, I'm being proven that I'm stupid here. I don't know, a lot of Jeopardy depends on the categories you get. And if you get really bad categories, you just feel like you're suffering, you know? No Price is Right. Is there a Price is Right on PS1? I'm actually not entirely sure if there is. Don't bother with PS4 Wheel of Fortune? Why is it bad? I kind of did like the N64 version of Jeopardy. I mean, I don't own N64 Jeopardy either. I can't possibly own everything I've ever played. We've got Wipeout 3. This was also sent, I believe, by Games a Lot. Love the Wipeout games. I'd like to pick up some of the others. Specifically XL would be great to have. But having 3 is nice. This was published by Psygnosis. Was it also developed by Psygnosis? Might be. PS1 Family Feud's fun because you can menu in a way that gives you a family that has no head or arms and it's just animated clothing. I didn't know you could do that. I made some really stupid looking characters on PS1 Family Feud. I didn't realize you could cheese the character creator like that though. I might have to give that another play. Love Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You can change your name to Regis and he talks shit on you and change it. Yes, yes. No, the Regis in that game is like really sassy and I kind of love it. I kind of live for it, honestly. It's great. Yeah, no, we tried a couple of the names that he like talks back to you on. It's kind of fun. Okay, last game in the regular jewel case PS1 set we got here is World's Scariest Police Chases. This game, I cannot recommend this game enough. If you're into like Driver or Stuntman or any of like these mission-based driving games, and you like PS1, I would argue this is the best mission-based driving game on PS1. Better than Driver. I know that's a hot take, but personally, I enjoy this game way more. It's not nearly as demanding, which I think helps, but are they actually scary though? Depends on what your definition of scary is. I mean, I guess if life-threatening danger is scary in video game form, then sure, but no, it's just a really well-made game. It's just so incredibly well put together, and the balancing is way better than anything Driver did, I think. It's by UDS. Like I said, probably my highest recommendation for a mission-based driving game on the entire system. Okay, and that's it for the... Wow, that was a lot of games. What, 46 to 114. Quick math. That was almost 70 games. 70 PS1 games. That's a hell of a lot of PS1. So there's my full US... Well, that's not entirely correct because what's a jewel case game? I will show you in a second. Because there are jewel case games like this, and there are long box games like this. So I have, do I have five? 5 of these? I got 5 of these I gotta add. And then we'll be done with PS1. Except for the import PS1 games that I haven't gone through either. Maybe we'll do this and then import. Damn, PS1 took us a while. I kind of should have expected this to take a while, though. I love the Ridge Racer cover. No, there's a reason I bought the long box version. I'm like, I need that cover in all its glory. That long box was the glassy card. Well, there's 3 forms of long box, actually. And I only have 2 of them. There's a third type that I don't own that's like a mix of cardboard and plastic. But I have 2 of the 3 types. So, like, this Zero Divide here. This is an all cardboard design. And it just like folds out. All cardboard. Pretty basic. There's a plastic inner tray, but everything else is cardboard. And then you have the full jewel case ones, kind of like Sega CD and Sega Saturn. Like I said, there's a third that's like a mix of plastic and cardboard that it's like glued together. Those I don't own, partially because I just haven't happened to find any. The games, for the most part, aren't as desirable. But also, like, on those mixture of plastic and cardboard, the cardboard is actually pasted. It's straight up just, like, glued to the plastic. And the glue tends to go bad, and it peels. They're kind of a mess. They're kind of a mess. But, yeah, no, I have... Like I said, I have two of the types of long box. Oh, and the Tekken 1 long box, it's, like, barely put together. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, they're kind of a mess. They're kind of a mess. So first, I got, like I said, I have 5 of these. First one I have here is Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition, which is great. Published by Acclaim, but obviously developed by Taito, if you know anything about Bust a Move. And anything long box for PS1 is going to be from the first, like, year or 2 of the PS1. So mostly 95 and 96 releases. This one's 96. By the end of 96, early 97, they pretty much phased out the long box form for just the standard jewel cases. Next up here we got ESPN 2 Extreme Games. This is also known as 1 Extreme. Got a series. There's 2 Extreme and 3 Extreme. 2 Extreme is also pretty good. 3 Extreme is different, but I liked it. These were done by, I think these were done by some internal team at Sony. I'm forgetting the developer's name. But the third one was done by 989. And it's like, it's more full 3D. These are essentially, they're kind of hybrid racing sports games. And the first two, they're like pseudo 3D. They're kind of like Road Rash. If you ever played Road Rash, like the environments are pseudo 3D, and then the sprites, the character sprites are all 2D. Plays like that. Extreme 3 decided to go for like full 3D, which makes it a little jankier, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, they're all fun. I enjoy all of them. I am gonna make a separate thing for long box games, I think. Just to set, because I separate them in my collection, so I feel like it's only fair to separate them. Separate them in the list here, which I need to move this one down then. So ESPN, I'm just gonna say Stream Games. There is actually an E in there. Had to double check. PS1, I believe this was a first year release. I think this was 95. It was. And I forget who developed it, but Sony themselves published. Why are Dat Strong and Ninja talking to themselves? What did I miss? I don't know. Oh, they're like adding themselves. Yeah, sometimes I gotta say the Twitch like message reply chain is kind of confusing. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I feel like that feature could be ironed out a little bit better. Already showed Ridge Racer. Here it is again. This is actually a not for sale version, believe it or not. I don't know if that makes it any more, I assume it's probably a little more uncommon, but I don't think it adds a whole lot of value to it. But it's kind of cool. For being like one of my favorite early PS1 games, it's kind of cool to have a, kind of maybe a slightly more uncommon variant. But otherwise, I mean, other than it saying not for resale on the front and the disc, like it's pretty much, I mean, otherwise it's the same release, you know? This is also 95. The special edition with the nudity in Ridge Racer? Welcome in, Blowfire. That's a way to enter. I couldn't tell you. I've not seen any. If only. Is there one? Hot coffee mod for Ridge Racer. When? I'm waiting. Okay, next up we got Revolution X. This is, if you are not aware, features the music and likeness of Aerosmith. Really fun light gun shooter that centers around the band. Not really centers around the band, but they're featured prominently. A lot of fun, actually. So, I've played this one technically. Like, I've played every stage in it, but I've not done all of them all together in one chain without game overing. Maybe someday I will. But I've at least played all the stages. It's a fun time. If you like light gun shooters, it's worth checking out. Didn't Aerosmith sue over the game? I assume they had to sign off on it. I mean, they literally appear in it. I assume they were at least involved in the production. I don't know. Maybe there was an issue with payment or rights management. I don't know. Maybe they sued. But I haven't heard anything about that. Okay, and the last for Longbox PS1, and this fully finishes US PS1. I might do imports here as well, but Discord users are limited to 100 servers. I can't imagine being in 100 servers. That seems insane. Last Longbox PS1 game is Zero Divide. I got this one at Double Jump as well. This was 20 bucks. Fun early fighting game by Zoom. There was a sequel to this, but we did not get it in the US. It came to, I think, Europe and Japan, but not here, which is kind of a bummer because these are kind of cool games. They're definitely dated by today's standards, obviously. I mean, they're even dated if you compare them to later fighting games on the PS1. But I have fun with Zero Divide whenever I throw it on. I think it's fun. +1 Divide. You've done it before. FOMO, Stronk, and Emote servers. I get you there. I mean, there's definitely some servers you end up joining for maybe not the best reasons all the time. You're like, what if I miss this? Zoom. This was published by Time Warner Interactive of all publishers. But that finishes up PS1 US. That's all of my PS1 US games. So what I say was like 69. I also didn't make a 69 joke when I did that math. But yeah, 69 jewel case games, and we got five long box. I think it might be 70. I think my math might have been wrong. But it's 69 or 70. Close enough, you know? What time is it? It's 10:20. I honestly, the way I'm doing this, my posture's so bad. I probably shouldn't do this for like a full stream. We could do import PS1. I think Xbox is gonna take too long. Because PS1 just took like, I haven't been keeping track time-wise. That had to have been 2 hours. And I have about the same amount. I have about the same amount at OG Xbox. So I think import PS1 would be worth doing. I think people would be interested in that. And it's also a smaller set of mine, so I think it's more doable. So let's do that next. Although some of these are gonna be hard to I don't have all the English names for all these, but we'll figure it out. Wipeout 3 was indeed developed by Psygnosis. Okay, gotcha. I thought so. Let's see. Look at this stack. Oh fuck! It's about to it's about to fall over. I was gonna show the whole stack, but it almost just toppled over on me. Okay, let me get it all put together, and then I can show you guys. Here it is. Look at that nice stack of white spines. You know, they might look a little lacking. I mean, hell, the US PS1 games are all black, really, right? It's just inverted. But yeah, we'll get through these. These are gonna be a little harder to input just because some of them, like I said, don't have US or English titles, I should say. A good chunk of them do, but not all of them do. So we may have to look a few of them up. At least we start with an easy one. Expert. This is a FPS exclusive to the PS1 in Japan, and it's a hell of it's a hell of a game. This one took a lot out of me to beat. It's a pretty tough game, but very rewarding. Great early FPS, got a really nice art style to it, and the gameplay is satisfying, even though it is very tough. Very satisfying game. Yeah, this is a very chill. This playlist, you know, I usually look up chill playlists, but this is like chill, especially chill. Yeah, that's some of the expert emotes come from this game. I actually like pulled assets from it. So, need to know if I've played Broken Helix. I've sampled Broken Helix. I have not bothered to try and finish Broken Helix. That seems like an exercise in frustration, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna worry about putting in all this other information for now. We just gotta get shit done, you know? Good, it's not worth it. I figured as much, honestly. Figured as much. I think I dodged a bullet. Let's see. Where am I gonna put these damn games? On the floor. My carpet's clean-ish. Next up, we got Cosmic Race. Yeah, these aren't gonna be in alphabetical order, but we got Cosmic Race. This is. There are some famous reviews of this. I forget what the magazine, what the publication was, but one publication called this the worst game they'd ever reviewed. And their lowest bar for reviews was like always, this was their bar. This was their low bar. This game's a fucking mess, but I love it. It's so stupid. I don't really recommend it to anybody. Unless you like really trash games, then you might enjoy it, but... Game becomes a near pitch black 3D platformer with no momentum when you jump. Yeah, that sounds like hell. That sounds awful. Yeah, no, even from like the half hour or so I sampled of it, I could tell I wasn't gonna care for it, so... Sounds like I dodged a bullet. Next up, we got... King of Bowling. I played this on roulette, and it was so easy. I found such a consistent way to get strikes in this game. I literally did the speed run, like, you know how normally on roulette we do each game about a half hour? Within 10 minutes, I had figured out how to get a 300 game, and for the next like 20 minutes, I just ran the timer as per normal and actually managed to get a 300% speed run. It's probably one of the easiest bowling games I've ever played. One of the easiest and most consistent bowling games. So I'm kind of proud of finding that one. I got to start the speedrun page for that. I always get a kick out of being able to like start a speedrun page too. So not a bad little bowling game, but very easy. Just be warned. Okay, this next one is known as Ghoul Panic in Europe. This did not come out in the US. But in Japan, it's like Bakuin, I think is how you say it. I'm probably butchering the hell out of it, but it's a really decent light gun shooter by Namco. And the artwork in Europe does not have these furry animals, but they really went full furry on the Japanese artwork. It is a good game though. It's not perfect, but I enjoyed what I played of it. And I figured I found this sealed copy on eBay for not that much money, so picked it up. Maybe someday I'll get the gun con to go with it. Well, there you go. I'm gonna try and spell this right. 3 U's in there. Just a couple U's. No big deal. Okay. Next up we have... Oh, this is a lovely game. This is known as Hakio King of Crusher. This comes from recommendation of Pale Blue Camel, who's a great streamer, by the way, the leader of the stream team that I'm a part of, the Space Cats. And I'm always getting weird ass recommendations from him. And this is probably one of the best ones. Yeah, very cool cover, even weirder game. Essentially, you're this like Japanese kind of middle class, you know, kind of white collar man. And I'm not gonna spoil too much, but let's just say you change forms, and you become. Well, I mean, you can see it on the cover. You evolve into a few monsters. I'll just leave it there. It's we did a full playthrough of this on stream. It's wild. It's absolutely insane, but I love it. It's a great game. Stupid, but a lot of fun to stream. But the kind of thing on PS1 I'm always looking for, just like weird, nonsensical jank, you know? Next up is... Oh, man. I forgot I had this. This is Iwatabi Penguin Rocky X Hopper 2. This is a minigame collection that is not good. I'll just put it there. That's all that needs to be said. You'd think, like, yo, Penguins, minigame collection, Japanese exclusive, like, this is gonna be a bop and a half. It's not. It's the minigames are pretty half-baked, which is unfortunate. I wanted to like it. I don't know, maybe it hit me at the wrong time. Maybe I need to give it another go, but I remember not enjoying it. There was a really bullshit, like, rhythm, or no, it was a matching game that used sound effects. Like, you'd think, oh, matching game, like you match visuals. There were like visuals. It was hard to match the visuals, though. You had to go off the sound effects. And like trying to match these tiles with sound effects while you're streaming, it was just like a mess. Looks like it came in a Happy Meal. It does. It totally does. This looks like a cereal box game. Yeah. And it plays like a bad cereal box game. So, there's that. This next one here is... This is one of the few games that I bought that isn't exclusive to Japan. Occasionally I do this because sometimes the US versions are just too damn expensive. And when you can get a game for half the price or less, in fact, I think this was like a quarter of the price that the US version goes for. This is a Monster Farm Jump. This is a spin-off of Monster Rancher. In the US, this was known as Monster Rancher Hop About. This is a weird, like, arcade pogo sticking game. Tile-based pogo sticking game. Where you can do, like, chains. You can combo chains. Depending on the tiles you hit, they have all these different crazy effects. It's wild. It's cool, arcadey fun. This is actually the first Monster Rancher game I ever played, believe it or not. Which kind of set the tone strange for the rest of the series, but I'm glad I played this one first. Because I imagine you could be really disappointed by this game if you're thinking it's going to be a Monster Rancher game. And me going into it with no expectations, I think made it more enjoyable. So I would say, if you've played Monster Rancher, don't expect this to play like a Monster Rancher game. Expect it to play like its own thing. And it's really more of a spin-off than anything. But I really enjoy it, and we did finish this one on stream. Never heard of a pogo sticking game. Neither had I before this game. I don't think any other pogo sticking games really exist. At least not that I'm aware of. Next up we have... Ooh, this is one we picked up recently. I played this within the week. This is Night Striker on the PS1. This is a great shooter. Kind of Space Harrier style shooter. Where you do play as a car that transforms into a mech. Pretty sick. Lovely art style in this. Great visuals. This is by Taito, I believe. Fantastic arcade game ported over to the Japanese PS1. Did not come out here, unfortunately. But at least this one is actually decently affordable too. There is a Saturn version called Night Striker S, but it's way more expensive. So I'm happy to get this one. I do recommend it. If you like Space Harrier or any kind of space shooters like that with the...
Hasta la vista, baby.
White guy, thank you for that. Hasta la vista. We actually, we managed to get, like, multiple endings on this. So, great game. Heading to bed, white guy. Have a good one. Thanks for being here, man. Take care. See you soon. Next up, we got a simple 1500 game. This did get released in America. This is another case of I bought the Japanese version because it's way less expensive. This Pink Panther game is known as Pinkadelic Pursuit. This goes for well over $100 for the US copy. And the Japanese version goes for a fraction of that. So I picked this one up. This is actually one that Mindscan sent. Mindscan knew I wanted this, so they picked it up and sent it my way. Really happy to have this. This is a great kind of 2.5D platformer with some puzzle elements. Definitely an underrated one. I think I got a really low print run, so that's probably why the US version is commanding a pretty high price at this point. But I definitely recommend it if you can play it. Don't necessarily force yourself to get the the US version. Because it's good, but it's not $100+ good, you know? Next up, we got... This is Rockin' Riders. I love this game. This game's phenomenally good. This is one that I would never heard of until I played it. I found this on the PS1 library video. And I'm the only one that I know of that's ever streamed this. And maybe there's somebody else out there, but... This is a really fun... mix of a snowboarding game and a rhythm game, which you're like, how does that work? Essentially what you're doing is you're going down these slopes and there's like a rival team, and if you bump into the rival team, you get to steal an instrument, and it actually affects the way that the music is playing live during the gameplay. And so like the more instruments you gather, the more it like fills out the production of the song. It's really neat. I've never played a game quite like it. Not a very long game. It's pretty short. It's only like 5 or 6 stages. But it's got a bit of a learning curve to it. Every time I come back to it, I have to like relearn how to play it. But it's fun. Definitely recommend Rockin' Riders. No, it's not a rhythm game. I misspoke there. It's really you're gathering the instrument. You're affecting the way the music sounds. It's not really a rhythm game. But it's still awesome. Rockin' Riders. And the music they use in this is actually like a real band from, I think, Tokyo or something, which is kind of neat too. I think the band is known as R, so it goes as the title is R and then Rockin' Riders. Worth a look. Worth a look. It's hard to find though on eBay. That was like that copy I bought was like the only copy I could ever find on eBay. I've yet to find. I found one other just by pure chance, and they had it like listed wrong. It wasn't even like the title wasn't right. It never shows up on eBay. So heads up, if you're looking for a copy of it, you might want to save a search. Try to find it. Next one here is Running High. This is a really cool on-foot racer with essentially mechs. You run in these mech suits. This is exclusive to Japan. Beat this one on stream. This one was actually a little tedious to beat because you're supposed to beat the game with every character. And there's like 6 characters. So you have to play every track 6 times, beat every track 6 times, and then a final track unlocks once you've done that. And then to fully finish the game, you gotta beat that track with all the characters. So it's a little bit of a grind to beat, but if you space it out, I had a lot of fun with it. Definitely worth checking out. One of the imports on PS1 that I have not heard talked about other than in my own streams. So it's a solid recommendation, I think. Next up we got, what's this one? This one's Virtual Bowling. Another bowling game. Mindscan sent this one in just as like a freebie. Have not played it yet. I should though. I do like me some PS1 bowling games. Especially the Japanese exclusive ones. They tend to be a lot of fun. But there you go, Virtual Bowling. Next up we have, this is one we beat on stream within the week. This is Virtual Hero no Ken. I bought this because it is the prequel to Flying Dragon on N64, and I loved Flying Dragon. Unfortunately, no Robo no Hana in this, which kind of makes it a little disappointing for somebody that started with Flying Dragon. But this is actually a pretty competent 3D fighting game, kind of an early 3D fighting game. Also Japan exclusive. So worth checking out. It's not too expensive. I think I paid around, I don't know, 20, which I felt like was pretty fair. Okay, just a few more in the import set. We're almost done. Next up we have this one. I don't know the title. Something WGP Hyperheat. This is, I believe, based on an anime, I would presume. Some racing game. Picked it up because it was like super cheap, and I got it in a bundle with a whole bunch of other PS1 imports. Figured I'd tack this on, kind of save on shipping. Have not given it a spin yet, though. Yeah, I don't know what the full title of this is. I'm just gonna put WGP Hyperheat. And try to remember to look up the full title at some point here. Artemis 1's go for launch. Oh shit. Hopefully everything goes smooth. Okay, we have 3 more games in the import. Oh, excuse me. 3 more games in the standard jewel cases. There's some double thick jewel cases for the Japanese PS1. For some reason, I don't know exactly why, but we got a few simple series games here. I actually happen to have, this is the Sniper, which is a great game. And then I have the Maze. And these are actually, funny enough, the only 2 I own in the 1500 series on PS1. And they happen to be volumes 56 and 57. And they're both really good. It's just funny I happen to have the ones that are like meant to go right next to each other. But yeah, I will put these in as simple 1500 volume, what did I say, 56? 56 is the Sniper. This is a really cool sniping simulator. It's a lot of fun. Lives up to the name. Definitely worth checking out. I've played it a couple times on stream. There is a sequel on PS2 that's like tonally way different. This is more of like a hard-boiled, more serious tone in terms of the story being presented. The sequel it came out in Europe as well, and just has a ridiculous story that's like nowhere near as serious as the first game. So I kind of like the tone of this one more. The second one almost feels like a parody of the first one. It's kind of strange, but they're both fun. And I've never played a sniping simulator quite like that before. And don't think of it as like, it's not like Sniper Elite. It's not quite that. You don't have that range of control over it. But it's a good game nonetheless. This next one here, I actually picked up the PS2 sequel to this recently. This is The Maze. This is volume 57. And this one is essentially a 1v1 kind of maze dungeon crawler, where you're competing against either another player or the AI. You want to collect 3 keys, and then you get to rush to the exit. And every time that you attack a player, they drop a key. You can steal the other opponent's keys to make life harder for them. It's a lot of fun. There's some unique mechanics in there that make it really enjoyable. I will say there is a rocket launcher in the game that makes the game a little easy to cheese, especially against the AI, because they'll just sit there. You can pretty much stun lock them. They kind of sit there and take it, but you know what happens. Enjoyable game nonetheless. Definitely one of those in the Simple series that's worth checking out. This is the Simple 2000 series on PS1, which there aren't a lot of these. This is volume 3. This is Kamen Rider: The Bike Race. And I only picked this up because it's like one of the first Simple series games I streamed. It's not honestly that good, to be blunt, but yeah, there's like only 3 tracks. The physics are wonky. But I kind of like it nonetheless anyway. It's kind of stupid. The Kamen Rider connection makes it kind of neat. So for those reasons, I do own it. And again, it's a little nostalgic for me because it kind of kickstarted my dive into the Simple series, which I've continued to look into over the last couple years. I'm always trying to find new Simple series games that maybe are overlooked. So we'll put Kamen Rider: The Bike Race. And that is it for my... Shoot, I keep saying that's it. That's it for the single width jewel cases. I have 4 games here that are double width. These chonky boys. For some reason in Japan, some of the games got double wide cases like this. I don't know why. We never got them in the US. I don't know what reason they had for releasing some of these games this way. I don't know, maybe when the manuals are a little bigger, but I haven't noticed manuals that are like giant in any of these, so I don't know. I guess they're kind of big. But first one I got here this is another one I bought because the US version's too expensive. This is Ghost in the Shell. Great PS1 game. Highly recommend this one. This is kind of a 3D adventure game. You're piloting a mech and taking care of various objectives. You got projectiles. Pretty fun. Not sure how... I've seen the Ghost in the Shell movie. It honestly doesn't feel like super tied into the film. So you don't even need to really like the movie to enjoy the game. But it's definitely one of those imports that I would recommend. Or definitely one of those... I mean, it has a US version. But I'd maybe recommend getting the import version because it's quite a bit more affordable, to be honest. And it's a good game. It's a good game. I see why it goes for money in the US market because it's a solid experience. But it doesn't require you really to know the language. Most of the objectives are pretty straightforward. So you can pretty much figure them out, especially if you played the game before once like I have. I could probably pick this up and not have too much of an issue getting back into it. I watch anime? No, I don't. Not really. I mean, occasionally I dabble. That's probably the way to put it. I usually watch anime movies. I'm not a big anime television watcher. I'm not a big television watcher in general. But yeah, I've seen my fair share of anime movies here and there. Next one we got here is Motor Toon Grand Prix. I also haven't been showing the spines. A lot of the games that have English titles will, like, one side's in Japanese, the other side will be in English though, which is kind of nice if you're importing. But Motor Toon Grand Prix, this is the first game. The one we got in the US is actually the second game. This game, it was a very early PS1 racing title. So the polygon counts are quite a bit lower. It's a little less polished. But it's still, I think it's still worth playing. Especially if you like the sequel and you kind of want to see where the series started. Again, these are by Polys who eventually became Polyphony Digital. They've gone on to become pretty popular for the Gran Turismo games. Oh, for sure, yeah. I love Motor 2 Grand Prix. I still really like this game. I don't love it nearly as much as the sequel, but it's still a pretty solid game, especially for like a game that released in '95, you know, when 3D was still relatively pretty new. I think it's still impressive for what it is. Next up, we got probably one of my favorite PS1 imports ever, and this is not Treasure Hunter on the Japanese PS1. This is a pretty story-heavy kind of... Think of it as like a 3D choose-your-own-adventure. You can interact with the environment, and it ultimately changes the outcome of the ending you'll eventually get. Supposedly, this game has about 50 endings. I've gotten about 30 or 35 of them. I've streamed a lot of this. There's been nights where I've gone pretty long with this game. I don't know what they're saying because it's all in Japanese, but it's honestly kind of more fun that way. You kind of make your own story as you go along. I recommend this to any PS1 import collector. It's unlike anything you'll probably ever play. And I happen to have a sealed copy here. So I do throw it on emulator when I do play it. Yo, hey, the Retro. Welcome in. Since I do keep these double wide cases out from the normal, they aren't quite in alphabetical order. But yeah, not Treasure Hunter. If you like janky, stupid, fun games, this is like the epitome of janky, stupid fun. And the last game in my import PS1 collection as of now is one that we picked up very recently. We beat this in the last week. This is Snowboard Kids Plus. Many people know Snowboard Kids from the N64, of course. But many people don't know that the first game actually got a like expanded version released exclusively in Japan for the PS1, and it's a decent version. Graphically, it's obviously not going to be up to snuff to the N64 in terms of graphical fidelity, but it still plays really nice. The frame rate's a little uneven at times, but for the most part, it plays pretty well. And this is kind of the cheapest way to get a version of Snowboard Kids without spending an arm and a leg. So happy to have that one. Finish R63 on OG Xbox. On the last mission, the console froze while saving, had to restart the mission. Oh, man. Yeah, I was going to say, at least it didn't corrupt your whole save file. That would have been real bad. But GG's on finishing it. Sounds like you had a productive stream. But yeah, there you go, guys. Wow, that was a lot of games. 146. Obviously, we have some line breaks here, but yeah, no, that's probably pretty accurate. We probably added 130-ish games. It's almost 11. Admittedly, the way I've been doing this is screwing up my back, so I probably shouldn't go for too much longer. But we could get a small collection done. I was gonna say I might put up a poll, but I think it's like Lurk City right now. I don't know. Maybe I'll put one up anyway. Or maybe the first one in chat to say, I'm thinking we could do some of the smaller collections. So like maybe we could do Wii U, Genesis, or PSP. Those are kind of the collections that aren't like actually tiny, but GBA, I literally have 2 games. It would be nothing. Get some Nintendo in. Yeah, I've done what? I've done 3DO and then all Sony. So I could get some Sega or Nintendo in. Adam wants PSP. Let's do a poll. That's the democratic, fair way to do it. I'll make it 1 minute, though. You guys gotta vote quick. Which console? PSP, Wii, Genesis, Wii U. Yeah, we'll go with those. 1 minute. Be quick. Mine's hands triangles don't flow as well now that you're are you using mod view? I honestly am not a big fan of the Twitch mod view. Not my favorite. It's honestly, it feels like more, it's just like, it's so excessive with the way it's all laid out and everything. So PSP's got a vote. Wii's got 2 votes. Genesis has 2 votes. You guys got about 30 seconds to get your votes in. Wii, okay. Oh, it highlights all VIP messages. I didn't know it did that. It doesn't do that in my OBS. So yeah, we'll probably do the collection you guys vote for, and then I'll probably be done. I know it's kind of a short stream, but I've also been streaming. This has been the longest streak I've done in a while. We did 7 days straight, which for me is like kind of impressive nowadays. It's not usual I get to do that. It does. It's weird. It might be a setting you have to turn on. Jerby, you're the tiebreaker. We got Wii. All right. Small set, but still a set. Quick overview, real fast, before we get into the meat and potatoes here. Gives you a taste for what's in here. I was gonna say, there's mostly, it's not a very big collection. I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have literally 9 Wii games physically. I know, not a lot. But hey, it's something. It's a start. I just don't stream Wii very often. And for a while I couldn't, so. It's the main reason I don't really have many games for it. Wii. I have like 3 duds in here and the rest are pretty good. And one of the duds is Barbie Island Princess. Games a lot sent this into me. For some reason. We did play, you know, it's funny, it was like, I think the day I opened this package up, I also ended up playing the PS2 version. So, I have played this at least a little bit. You have like 20-ish, Adam? That's about how many you have, Mindscan? What, like 9 or 10? That's not a dud, it's not. It's a treasure I should cherish. And I kept it. What am I gonna do with it? I'm gonna sell something somebody sent to me? That'd be kind of scummy. I have not sold a single game that anyone sent in. I would never do such a thing. Toss it. I'm not that strapped for space. These shelves are getting pretty stacked, but I don't know. It's a stupid. I mean, you gotta have some trash shovelware on the Wii, right? It's not a true Wii collection without a little bit of shovelware. Speaking of shovelware, Destroy Humans Big Willy Unleashed. This was $5. I bought it because I do like Destroy Humans as a series. However, this game has some legitimate problems. It's not perfect. It's a far cry from the original couple Destroy Humans games. Not to mention a huge difficulty spike toward the end that forced me basically to use cheats in order to even progress through the game. It's that hard. I'm not even kidding. Not for the faint of heart. Don't bother. If you want to try it, by all means. But beating it, I don't know. Destroy all destroy. Yes, humans. Yeah, no, this was like one of the first. Maybe that's why I don't stream a lot of Wii. Cause I played Big Willy Unleashed and then I had a bad experience with Super Paper Mario. I'm noticing a pattern here. Did I enjoy the recent remakes of Destroy Humans 1 and 2? I've played the remake of 1. Admittedly, the stream didn't do very well, but the game was good. And I have not picked up 2. Just because I feel like they're a little niche. I don't know. Streaming games like that outside of retro is a little tough sometimes. But I know I did like the first game. Except for the end. The last couple missions in the first Destroy Humans were like a little unfair if you ask me. But for the most part, a very good game. Next up, we got House of the Dead 2 and 3 Return. This was a good GameStop find for me. They were doing like a buy 2, get 1 free, I think, or something. Something like that. Some sale. Picked this one up for not too much money. And I did play through all of House of the Dead 2 on this. I have not played through 3, though. Need to get around to that someday. Next up, more shovelware. I only have this because a friend bought it for me as a meme. This is iCarly on the Wii. Someday I'll stream this. I'm sure I will. Honestly, if we do a Wii stream, this might be one of the first games I play just because it's going to be stupid. My friend Silo Simon did speedruns of this. and held the record for a while. I don't think he any longer does, but freaking iCarly, dude. It's essentially a minigame comp. I mean, it doesn't look like the worst thing, but we know it's not going to be great. It might be fun for a stream, though. I think it'll make an enjoyable stream. iCarly, I'm not speedrunning it. I've looked at the speedruns enough to know that I don't want to speedrun it. Next up, we have... This isn't Nintendo Selects, but... We got Mario Strikers Charged, which I have not played, admittedly. I've played the Strikers on GameCube, but I've not given this one a spin. Again, mostly just because I haven't been able to stream Wii, but... There you go. Mario Strikers Charged. Got a good, decent deal on that. That was another one in the buy 2, get 1 free that I got at a GameStop. Not complete either, unfortunately. But I got a good deal on it, so hard to complain. Next up, we got Punch-Out. I have streamed this to... I was about to say to completion on stream, but Dio gives me shit that I haven't actually beat the game. I got credits. Apparently, you can go through the game like a second time, and that's like technically like the real ending, but... Like, yo, I got fucking credits. Good game, though. Very good game. Basically just a modernized version of the... From what I can tell, the NES Punch-Out. I've not played the NES version, but... The actual ending's the second run, but whatever. See, you are willing to go, but whatever. Dio is like, no, you didn't actually beat it, you bastard. I'm like, yes, I did. Should get a sequel. It's what got Little Mac into Smash, and Little Mac's a fun character in Smash. But yeah, no, this is a solid kind of reimagining. Hey there, Ramen. Almost 2 a.m. end you. Ramen, you missed Tekken 3, my guy. Hopefully you're doing alright. Forcing to replay same stuff over is bull. I agree, Adam. I hate when games do that. Next up, okay, the last of these are pretty good for the most part. We got Super Mario Galaxy, which I streamed a long ago. This is still, I don't know, this or Odyssey is my favorite 3D Mario. Probably this one. I'd probably give the tip to this one. I could probably answer that question either way, but I'd probably go with this one. The original Mario Galaxy. I have played Galaxy 2 as well. I don't own that one. Although I didn't care for it as much. Not that it was bad, and it wasn't like a huge difference. But I was hoping to like it more than I did. Matches actually change in Punch-Out. Like, they put in work for it. It's not literally just rinse, repeat the same over and over. Still at work, you know? Jeez. Just play Tekken 3 when you get home. Fair enough. Okay, last two, and these are both first-party Nintendo. Super Paper Mario. I did stream almost all of this. I had to give this game up toward the end. I, unfortunately, was kind of a little under-leveled going into the final area. And I was just having a really bad time, so I ended up giving up the ghost on this one. I didn't care for this one as much as I wanted to. I really liked the original Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door, and this one was a bit of a letdown, which is unfortunate. But I know this game has its fans. I'm not gonna shit on it. It's just the gameplay didn't quite do it for me as much, and the writing I definitely was not vibing with at all whatsoever. The writing just felt so over the top and drawn out as well. Okay, and the last Wii game we got. Sounds like changing the difficulty can't be the first two, Adam. Have Thousand Year Door, still need to play it right now. Yeah, just play a 45-hour RPG right now. It's a good game. You should play it. It's just know it's long. It's even longer than the first Paper Mario. And the last Wii game we got here is WarioWare Smooth Moves. I did rent this one back in the day from a Hollywood video. This is a fun one. Definitely wouldn't mind streaming this. Although last time I did try streaming this, I think it's the way I had my sensor bar set up. Some of the forms, this game has like a bunch of different ways to hold the Wiimote, depending on the mini game you're playing, and some of the forms didn't quite work. So maybe be just wary of that. That if your setup might be suboptimal, it might not quite read the Wiimote quite correctly. But other than that, it's a phenomenal game. N64, GameCube, Paper Mario, Immaculate. Everything else, eh. Yeah, that's how I feel, Jedi. Don't got time for the most part, Krev. Maybe you quit your job and take a break. It's a good game. If you can find the time to play it, I do recommend it. That's probably like one of the longer games I've ever streamed to completion. So if I can do it, I'm sure you'd like it, but not true. Every Mario game's a banger. Bar none. Ramen is always correct. Well, that's Wii. I don't know. Maybe we should do one more. It is only 11. I'm gonna take it a little early tonight because I'm like the way I'm hunched over. It's probably not good for my back. But I could probably do one more system. Yeah, let me put a poll up. Yeah, luckily, honestly, getting through Genesis, or excuse me, getting through PS1 got us quite far. Wii U, Genesis, PSP, and I guess we could, Sega CD would be a short one, but we could do Sega CD. Play a favorite and end. Let us get a little gameplay. I'm just, my back is. Ooh, do you hear that crack? That was nasty. You old fart. Well, the problem is, like, I have my chair, like, normally I'm very good about how I sit and my posture and everything, right? Because when I'm playing a game and I'm not having to go back and forth between all my items, like, I have the chair, you know, pulled up to the desk. You know, I'm using the back of the chair for lumbar support, but, like, since I'm moving a bunch and having to grab piles and everything, I have, like, the chair scooted back and I'm, like, hunched over. I know. You don't need to know the struggle, but run with the hydrate even though I'm out of water. PSP 1 with 2 votes. A whole 2 votes, okay. Let me move some space for PSP. Ramen, honestly, just probably refund yourself that. Since we're going to be wrapping up here after PSP. Okay. Don't have too many PSP games, so this should go pretty quick. Although technically, you know, I'll be cataloging these, but I can't currently stream PSP. So if the idea was to be like, oh, here's a list of games people can choose for me to stream for an hour on like viewer request nights. Can't really do PSP right now, but hey, we'll catalog it anyway because I do own these. You missed it, would have been 3, okay. Good to know. All right, small little stack here, but a decent stack. First up, we got Daxter. I did own this back in the day when I had a PSP. I did have to repurchase it. But I remember this one being pretty enjoyable. This was actually the first, like, Jack adjacent game, I guess you could say, that I played. Obviously a spin-off, but a pretty decent one at that. And I remember it being pretty good. Do you want to get Daxter CIB? Yeah, no, I constantly hear good things about it. And from what I remember, which admittedly is like a decade plus ago, I remember it being good, so. Next up, we got Gangs of London. I bought this because I heard it was like kind of the PSP's version of the Getaway. But I bought this before I had played the Getaway. And then I played the Getaway on PS2 and I wasn't really thrilled by it. So I don't know if I'll like this one. Maybe I'll like it better than the Getaway. I'll give it a shot here one of these days. But luckily this one wasn't that expensive. And it does look unique. You know, it's a PSP exclusive. So Gangs of London. Next up, we have Godfather Mob Wars. This game was pretty cheap. Obviously, Godfather did get a whole bunch of console releases, but I do believe this version is unique to the PSP. Like I said, I did not pay much for this. And I've been meaning to try the Godfather games, and I figured, you know, PSP's got an exclusive one. Let's go for it. So maybe someday here. Predict I probably have the PSP Ridge Racer games, or at least some of them. Oh, you'll see. We're not quite there in the alphabet yet. Daxter should be stupid cheap. It was like one of the most produced games. Yeah, it got printed like crazy. That is true. That is definitely true. Next up, we got Grip Shift. We streamed this one to completion. This one was a hell of a lot of fun. Yeah, when my PSP was still working and in streamable condition. But this one's definitely fun. Kind of part racing game, part platforming game, part monkey ball game. Grip Shift, what a nightmare. You loved it. I think it's a great game. In fact, I don't think Blink is still here, but I actually got Blink to buy it. Blink was doing a stream of like, essentially he had his Twitch payout, and he was like using the Twitch payout to buy games, and I actually convinced him to buy Grip Shift. I'm waiting to see him play it at some point. Stopped at the thrift store. There was a whole stack of PSP games that somebody had stolen all the discs. They gave you like 11 cases with manuals for maybe $1. Bummer that somebody had to steal all the games out of them. That's kind of sketchy. Unfortunate. Next up, we got Hot Pixel. I bought this because it's Atari and it's like a minigame compilation. And I do like me some minigame compilations. I've heard this one's pretty bad though. Ninja's like, this game sucks, but someday I'll try it. Hot Pixel. Gotta get my PSP back in working condition. I think what happened is my cable died out, which was unfortunate. Because I'm like, I paid like 20 or 30 bucks for that cable. And, yeah, kind of a bummer. I didn't even have it. I had it like, what, a month or two, and then it crapped out. Kind of sucks, but hey. And Hot Pixel sits next to the other minigame comp in this collection. Napoleon Dynamite the game. I also finished this game on stream. We beat this entire game. I don't know if that was a worthy use of my time, but we did it. It did make for a kind of fun stream, too. I would not call this a good game, but Hot Pixel is so obnoxious. I knew Ninja was going to chime in. I called it. Next up, we have Parappa the Rapper. Decent, solid version of Parappa. Bought this because this is quite a bit more affordable than the PS1 version. And I'm like, you know, I got this PSP. This was when the PSP was still working. And I'm like, yo, I could stream this again and stream from the PSP. And thought it was kind of cool. Definitely cool to have a portable version of this. Am I sure it's not the PSP's out? I don't know for sure. I won't know until I buy another cable and test that. I don't know. I think it would be really weird if the output crapped out. I mean, it's a possibility, but I'm hoping it's the cable. But you know, my PSP collection's not that big, and you know, while some of the streams were fun, some of them were, speaking of not so great PSP streams. Pursuit Force, Extreme Justice, horror. I wanted to like this game so much, but it way overstayed its welcome. Some of the later missions were really bullshit and way too long. The game looks cool. From a sampling standpoint, like if you just want to play this for like an hour or two, by all means, be my guest. Trying to beat this game? Yeah, I called this one what? Pursuit Force Extreme Headache? I still stand by that. This was just... It took me like a full 12-hour stream, 12 or 13-hour stream to beat it. I thought it was going to be like a 7-8 hour game, and I'm like, yo, I'll just do a stream of it. 12, 13 hours later. No reason that game needed to be that long or that annoying. I wanted to like it. It's so up my alley, right? It's like part racing game, part vehicular combat game. You know, part almost kind of platforming game. You see him like he can jump between vehicles. So it's a neat concept, but like it did not need to be like a 12-hour game. Yeah, the final mission too was absurd. There's so much about that game that disappointed me. Again, if you just want to like play it for a few hours and get the gist of it, it's a vibe, but Hilariously enough, it took much longer because I didn't learn about... I don't know how much that really would have affected it. I'm not sure how much that actually would have changed the outcome. And it wasn't almost over. We found that, like, I want to say, like, 2/3 of the way through, maybe. We had a decent chunk of that game that was still really hard after we upgraded everything. Next up, much better game. We got Ridge Racer. Game's phenomenal. This is the game I was streaming on the PSP when my PSP crapped out on me. We got most of the way through this, and then the capture died. So I didn't get to finish this. We got most of the way through it, though. Great version of Ridge Racer. Absolutely fantastic, and not very expensive. The other nice thing about the PSP is most of this stuff is pretty cheap. But yeah, definitely a solid version of Ridge Racer, as much as I love the series. Immortal Grand Prix better? What, compared to what, Jay? Compared to what? I mean Ridge Racer? I don't have that. I don't have that voice. I can't do it justice. Next up, we got Secret Agent Clank. This game, I was gonna say this is an exclusive, but technically it's also on PS2. Figured I'd pick up the PSP version because I do think this was developed with PSP in mind, and then kind of got a PS2 version after the fact. This is another cheap one though. Been meaning to play it. Unfortunately, these games just kind of sit here because I can't stream them. Hopefully someday we can get them back up and working. Last couple games here. Remember people saying the Clank game was awful? Maybe it is. I don't know. I just picked it up because I'm like, yo, first party Sony. Hopefully it's okay. Next up we got Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins. This one was a little more expensive. This is kind of one of the more sought after PSP titles. Obviously being published by, developed and published by Capcom, it's going to command a little bit of money. But even the expensive, quote-unquote expensive games on PSP are still pretty affordable. I think this is like 30, 35 bucks. Which is reasonable for, what is definitely going to be a solid game. Haven't gotten around to it. Didn't get to play it while my PSP was active. But it'll be there when I get around to it. I have beaten the Genesis version of Ghouls and Ghosts. But I do want to try that one out. People shit on the third birthday, but what is third birthday? Aren't the chords pretty... mine was like 20 or 30. I mean, that's like relatively affordable, but I barely do PSP streams. It's kind of hard for me to justify the purchase. And the other issue is I don't know if that's actually the problem. Like Mindscan said, like... the cord could have gone out, or the capture on my PSP could have gone out. And if the capture on the PSP went out, it probably means I need to buy a whole new system. So it's hard for me to want to buy a cable, and I'm not even sure that's 100% the issue. So yeah, I don't know what to do. So I just haven't done anything yet, pretty much, is what's happened. Oh, it's the Parasite Eve sequel. Okay, I did not know that. Third birthday. I think I've heard of that, but... did not immediately come to mind. We got 2 more games here. Got Wipeout Pure, which I believe Games... wait, no, I bought this. That's right. Games a Lot sent me Wipeout 3 on PS1. Gotta remember all these games. Wipeout Pure. There's 2 Wipeout games on the PSP. I think this is the cheaper of the 2. But... love the Wipeout series. Figured I'd pick up a PSP entry. Damn, this is making me wish the PSP was working, but... I've only heard that Parasite Eve fans hate it. Only the fans hate it. Anybody that's casual actually kind of likes it. That tends to be the case with a lot of things. People with more open minds tend to enjoy things that aren't nearly so, if they're not perfect. The last PSP game I have here is Work Time Fun. This is a wild minigame compilation that I streamed quite a bit before the PSP died. A lot of fun. Decent minigame comp. The unfortunate thing about this game is completing the game takes insane amounts of playtime because essentially every minigame pays you. Horrible pay, by the way. I think you get paid... I'd rather work a real job sometimes, but you get money that you use on capsule machines, and to complete the game, you have to get every capsule in the game. The kicker is you can get duplicates. So, yeah, you end up getting, like, dupes of stuff you can't do anything with. The idea was that you'd trade with other users that played the game, but I know when I owned this originally, I never knew anybody that had this. And especially nowadays, who the hell is playing this, you know? So, it is a cool game, though. There's a lot of fun mini games in this that are quite fun. But, it's definitely an acquired taste, I would say. Work time fun. Probably most known for having a pin capping minigame. Literally where you pin caps in a factory and get paid like cents on the dollar. You buy a cheap shitty one on Amazon, Mindscan. I mean, I could. I don't know. Maybe I could repair the cable. If I had like maybe if I get a multimeter, I could probably test the cable. That might be the way to do it. That way I know the cable's the issue, you know? But that's it, guys, for tonight, I think. Got through all of my PSP collection, all of my Wii, all of my import PS1, the long box PS1, US PS1, which has a hell of a list, and all of 3DO. Got a lot done tonight. And thank you guys for hanging out. Really, I wasn't sure how this was gonna go. But I'm glad people seem to be receptive to it. I don't know if I'll do more of this on stream. There's still quite a bit to go. Xbox is probably gonna take me a couple hours. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do that on stream. Xbox is the last big collection I have to catalog, and then the rest are pretty manageable. They're a lot smaller. So I don't know. Definitely next stream will be a game stream. I will definitely be streaming games next stream. But this was fun to do. A nice change of pace. Very chill. Nice to just like hang out and chat about games instead of rapid firing through games, or, you know, focusing on achievements, or it's kind of nice to slow down a little bit every now and again. But let's find somebody to raid real fast. We'll get going here. I know I'm ending a little early too. I do apologize. I don't know if tomorrow there will be a stream. I'm kind of on the fence. Just because I have been streaming for 7 days straight. Might be nice to get a little bit of a break. Let's see. A lot of people live tonight. Wow. I usually don't end this early. That's probably why it seems like there's so many people. I'm usually ending late enough where there's like 5 people online. Too many choices. Too many decisions. Love these collect. I'm glad people are enjoy it. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. I do thank those that maybe it's not your thing. Those that kept quiet about it. Gotta love when you do something different. Somebody's like, what are you doing? I'm like, you don't have to watch. It's okay. Let the people enjoy it, you know? Let's see. Dude, I'm having a hard time choosing. We just raided Curb last night. We could raid V. He's doing God of War. Zero's doing Sonic. Although I just raided Pete the other night. He was also doing Sonic. I like Curb a lot. I like a lot of people that I follow on Twitch. I think a lot of these people are great. It's just choosing the one that we're gonna send everybody to, you know? That's the hardest part. What is Juker doing? Mario versus Donkey Kong. Rick's stream title is AWOL. I don't know what that means. To break your D-pad. Yeah, versus Ninja. Glad you got to hang out and enjoy the stream. You now know that I own Resident Evil. There you go. I need a roulette for raids straight up, Adam. Legit. We'll raid, you know what? We'll raid Zero. I like giving Zero the raid. Because he's a smaller streamer that I think is really good. I think he does a great job over there. I know he's doing Sonic. I know he just raided a Sonic streamer the other night, but Zero's a good dude. I like hanging out in there. She'll be chill. I mean, literally his title is Sonic and Chill. Like, come on. Only catalog Vita stuff. Yeah, this was just something I needed to do for a long time. I'd been putting it off. And hopefully, The goal of this is to hopefully do some like viewer request nights where you guys get to choose stuff off my collection list. So that's really the end goal, and I hope those streams end up being fun. I haven't quite worked out exactly how that's all gonna work, but I'll let you guys know when we get there. And it was nice to just get kind of a sense of what I've got, you know. But take care, everybody. I may or may not be back tomorrow. If you're not in the Discord, I imagine if you're here right now and you're not in the Discord, I'm not sure why. Unless you just don't use Discord, which I totally get. But I do give stream updates in there. We do a lot of off-stream chatting in there. Consider joining. Consider joining. You also get alerts when I go live, because I know sometimes the Twitch alerts aren't always the most the most consistent. I know that much. But take care, guys. That's it for me. I will let you guys know in the Discord if I don't stream tomorrow night. And see y'all soon. Bye.